Well, buenos dias, amigos. Good morning, everyone. I'm back from Argentina. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You know, I've been gone so long. It seems like I've been gone a long time. I can't even remember my pattern. Welcome to the live trading room where I share my screen. I'm live on the mic from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. First of all, guys, can you hear me? And can you see my screen? That's number one. And I can get going. Okay, excellent. Thank you. A little bit of a bug in Argentina, not COVID. Okay, so my voice may sound a little bit raspy, but they'll all be pretty good. So guys, so when I take a vacation, I really do take a vacation. I don't check the market at all, like I don't trade at all. I don't follow individual stocks at all. The only thing I did see was, of course, on Tuesday with the big SPY pop. And then Wednesday and Thursday kind of flat, and then I guess on Friday a big downturn. So that's all I knew about the overall market. Of course, this week is the beginning of earnings week with the banks, and then next week with Alcoa, etc. So what is happening today? MPTI, I guess that looks like it was an issue or a spin-off. Excuse me, a spin-off on Friday. And the big day on Friday, and it's a continuation. So yeah, MPTI looks interesting. I don't see the specific news on it. I don't know what they do. I just see that they separated from LGL Group. And ACMR. So this is being hammered. Semi-sector exports to China in play, of course. Anything to do with exporting to China, but I guess especially semis. So I get these guys look like they're caught up in that. ACMR. This is it. ACMR research shares are trading lower amid new U.S. regulation tightening semis to China. So that's ACMR. Neuro, N-U-R-O, gapped up on Friday, I see, and I think it's a bit of a continuation. N-U-R-O, yeah, a bit of a continuation. Coming into resistance, I think, but let's see, what's the huge volume though? Yeah, a lot of volume, 5 million, 7 million in the float. So lots and lots of volume coming into what I consider some pretty stern resistance. So had a lot of action actually Friday afternoon after the market closed, got up to 392. So anyway, there's an euro. I don't see the news on it. IMUX, IMUX, excuse me, is gapped up. Only thing I can see is that they've had an I guess they were going to do a private placement and they've been oversubscribed. At a premium. Yeah, doing it at a premium, 435. Yeah, wow. Oh, you see what I even forgot to do? Okay, these are some of the stocks I'm talking about. Sober had big news actually. Well, increasing. They just keep adding and adding these press releases that come out. Excuse me. So I mean, again, eye-catching news, whether it's going to translate into a viable business, but expands to New York metro market via a new distributor with ties to rail and shipping industries. So that is Sober, SOBR. Very choppy. Wow, looking at that daily chart last week, super choppy. Choppy meaning you look at the topping tails, bottoming tails on the daily chart, the stock was all over the place. And PayPal, I don't know if there's any specific reason for PayPal, but I noticed PayPal was weak this morning. PYPL. I don't know if it's I don't know. Again, I can't tell you if there's any. Oh, here we go. Company is withdrawing. Sometimes this news hits me late. Okay, amid the company withdrawing a policy which would deduct $2,500 from customers who spread misinformation. Okay, all right. Interesting news. SNTI, SNTI, SNTI. Yeah, I did see this one. I mean, excuse me, after hours, or excuse me, pre-market, it got up to 606. It pulled all the way back down, basically dropped $2. That's why it's tough to get too interested and enthused about these, but there is volume. There is volume. Now, guys, I noticed there has been a change here if in relative volume. And I guess that the only way I can explain it is that, I mean, the relative volume still works exactly the same way once the market opens, okay? But for a lot of people, especially new people, when they start off with trade ideas and they add the relative volume filter and they have a value in it, well, if they add it, usually we're going to have a value in it, using it as a filter in the pre-market. And when they try to get data, and then no data will appear in the pre-market. Okay. And so we have to explain to them, okay, you can't use the relative volume filter in the pre-market, et cetera, et cetera. You can have it as a column, but just not using it as a filter. Well, I guess what they now you can actually use it as you can keep it as a filter. You'll get no volume, you'll get no answers or actually data. It'll always say one in the pre-market and once the market opens. I guess they've done that so that with people and they don't realize it, they add the pre-market that they add that current volume filter to their pre-market, and then they just don't know why they're not getting any data. I don't know if that makes sense, but common occurrence for new people adding the pre-market, adding that current volume filter to the pre-market, and then saying, "Hey, how come I'm getting no data?" Well, now you can add it. You'll get data. You won't get the actual pre. You won't get the relative volume data. It'll always default to one, but at least it won't block all your other data coming in. See that finger? Just a minute. Okay, Zach, just give me a moment. Okay. Give me a moment, Zach. I have to. What time is it now? 6? Is it 6? Yeah, it's 6. They should be. Somebody should be there in accounting. Problem is, I'm going. I always forget your email. If you don't mind just popping it in quickly here, or because they're going to have to. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just helping out Zach here. Okay, just give me a moment. All right. Yeah, bit of a. Yeah, I'm back, IG. Yeah, I am back. Okay, guys. What else? Let's see. Did I get down to SNTI? Yeah, that was the last one I was looking at. So, I mean, it has popped off the bottom again. I mean, 422 up to back up to 487, but it's been pretty erratic. Just trying to see why that popped. Yeah, I don't see the specific reason for it. I see Ford and GM are getting hit pretty hard here. Okay, let's see if anything else is. I did see this CSCW. Um, why did I ignore it? I think what was happening is it was jumping around a lot. Now it looks like, well, it's trying. Not bad volume. It's a low float, 3.9 million in the floats, 400,000 already. Just have a little patience, Zach. It's just a little bit early. Well, it's 6 o'clock West Coast time, and that's who one of the accounting people has to take a look at it. They usually start right around 6. So, excellent. Okay, you should be good to go now, Zach. Set your account now. Oh, thank you, Chris. Mr. Varley's in the house. Also, applause for Mr. Varley for I hate to use the term filling in for me on the last week because Chris has his own style and all, so I'm sure he did an excellent job. Your gas by Friday. What's the fastest way to see when my annual subscription expires? Maybe if you click on account. Yeah, I can. My account expires. I think I'm pretty good. 2906, not the year. 2,906 days. So I think if you click on account, okay, IG, and at least mine pops up and it tells me when my account expires. Okay. All right. What time is it now? 9:13. So let me go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Of course, this week, earnings season really begins. Okay, well, in the week before I took off, there were hardly any recommendations of either sort, being upgrades or downgrades. And I'm noticing now a few more upgrades, but definitely more downgrades. So let me get a few of them in. I did see that toast, guys, TOST. I don't know if I mentioned it. I don't think I mentioned it. Yeah, I should have. It's on my list. TOST upgraded, I think from Mizuho, $24 price target. I see it's on the upgrade list. All right, there. Morgan Stanley, I see, has upgraded FTNT. Thank you, Real. Good morning. And I'm sure that you and William both helped out a lot. And I do super appreciate that. Okay, now we have our downgrades. As I say, a few more downgrades and upgrades as we get into earning season. I see both Ford and GM downgraded. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, let's see if I can actually copy and paste that into the long one into Twitter, not to Twitter, to what's that other one? Oh, yeah, YouTube. Hmm. Um, Hard question for me to answer, Jonathan. The question is anybody else having issues logging into the room or just me? Excuse me. So when you're saying that, you're trying to get into the main room. You're obviously in the YouTube room, but you're trying to get into the main room and you can't. Um, I I had no. I have to log in virtually the same way as everybody else, so I had no issues this morning. So unless the people who are logged into the main room, hmm, yeah. So I'm just getting some responses. No issues. No issues. Yeah. Maybe just keep trying. I mean, I have no, I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer than that. If I had a lot of people saying the same thing, but I had no issues this morning. And again, I have to do it the same way. I don't have any special privileges in terms of logging in. I have to do it exactly the same way as you guys. Excellent. Okay, Jonathan. Yeah, I think they know that, Chris. You always have to go to their homepage and start there. The link on the homepage, you can't save the link or anything like that. All right, more applause for Chris. Yay, yay, Chris. All right, guys, 9:18. Let me just do a quick look to see what's happening with the sectors. Click on New from the toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Show More, and get down to our sectors and see what's happening. So we're in for positive, looks like a mildly positive open anyway. So let's check the sectors to see what's happening. Okay, so yeah, a little bit different here. So if you're not used to what you're seeing, what I'm showing you, excuse me, just a minute, please. So these are the major sectors. These are the major ETFs, say for energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 45% in green, that means that the stocks that make up XLE, 45% of them are above Friday's high, okay, or Friday's close. Now that's a little bit strange. Usually with energy, it's all or nothing. In other words, usually they're either 100% above the previous day's close or 100% below. So we've got a little bit of a mixed bag. So, what is a strong sector right now as we speak? Communications, 83% in green. Tech, as you would expect. I mean, all this stuff happening with China, 50-50 about. Um, Financial, 75%. Again, most of the, excuse me, most of the big banks do release later on this week. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, etc. So they release later on this week. So that's a glimpse, of what may be in store once the market opens. Well, when the market opens, this is probably what it's going to be like. But of course, all this can change. I'll look at this in about half an hour to 45 minutes in a different way. I'll look from the change from the open. In other words, okay, great. Stocks may have gapped up above the yesterday's close, Friday's close. But what are they doing since then? Are they maintaining or are they giving up their gains? So that'll look at the change from the open. ACMR is on my list. Oh, as a short. Yeah. Again, they're being beaten up because of, I guess they've got exposure to China. It looks like they're a U.S. company. Well, it's a U.S. company, but obviously with huge ties to China, or it's a U.S. based company with big ties to China. So anything to do, well, take a look at KWeb. Let's take a look at KWeb just to see overall what China is doing. The answer is yeah. So China stocks should be all weak. What I saw for IMAX is it was oversold. That's the only thing I can see on it, Zach. It reports 60 million oversubscribed private placement at 435 a share. So it's above the private placement. So it was oversubscribed. Same headline in a different way. And now it's a 60-minute. Yeah. So maybe it was supposed to be 50, but now it's 60. That's the only thing I can see. And ACMR, I mean, there's not quite a lifetime low. I don't know when that would be. Let's back this daily chart out a bit. So we've got to go back over 2 years to the lows, okay, for ACMR. But it does look pretty bleak. And now the only issue is no volume yet. Of course, 98,000 shares, no volume yet. It's a modest float, 44 million in the float. But we'll have to see if this volume really starts to pick up. This is one I know that was, I lied, guys. There's only one stock I happened to take a look at, and that was FNGR. I said I didn't look at any stocks at all while I was gone. Other than I happen to know it's a SPY with a big move on Tuesday. But FNGR, yeah, FNGR. What did it get up to on that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? No, that's Monday, Tuesday. But yeah, that would have been Wednesday. So it got up to 944. FNGR. Yeah, something like that, JC, I really don't follow. The correlation between ADX, RSI, and MACDs. I'm not a big indicator guy. So there is some volume now starting to pick up in the IMTX. I didn't, when I was first looking, I didn't see this. This happened at 8, I guess. I was a little bit earlier when I started doing this work. So IMTX is on fire here. Trying to see positive trial data for IMA 2003 cancer treatment. What can we see? What phase 1A, guys? So, a little bit dicey, little bit dicey. It's only phase 1A. This is shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. But there is your news for IMTX. It's a big, big gap up. Again, not a tremendous amount of volume. And SSPH, yeah, it's still, I know somebody posted the news on it. I did see it, but sort of a little wary of it with that big gap up pre-market, 620, then basically dropping $2. It's trying to come back a little bit. So it did get some kind of FDA approval. Okay, so I mean, there is, I mean, on the surface, the news looks very positive, of course. How many shares in the float? 13 million in the float, but it's been very choppy in the pre-market so far. Yeah, FTNT, I did see it had a, was it a downgrade or an upgrade? I guess was tell by the, I guess an upgrade. FTNT had an upgrade. All right, looking at, let's see, the CSCW. Okay, let's back this daily chart out and let's see what it could do. I mean, there's really, I mean, it's just going to be participating in this Gulf Information Technology. So it starts today from the 10th to the 14th. We'll showcase Color World Metaverse. All right. We still talking about the metaverse? Anyway, that is, I mean, it's got room. Last Thursday, excuse me, I guess it got up to 230. So it does have some room. It's sitting at 154 right now. Low float, 3.9 million in the float. A lot of volume, a lot of pre-market volume. Behind this MPTI, obviously, whoops, it has no resistance. And this was a spin-off, I guess. Started trading as MPTI on Friday. I guess this was a spin-off, and it's way above the close. Looks like the close was what? I don't understand this. I'm having a close of 1893, but that's today, so I don't understand what's going on here exactly. Unless this is this looks like this has to be. Yeah, this is Friday's candle. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is a little screwed up. I mean, to me, it looks like it closed right around here at 1522 MPTI. So it's way above that closing price on Friday. Whoa, where's William? He didn't tell me the market was opening. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day. Excuse me. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Might take a little longer today. Just got my head back into trading, but let's see what happens. And as always, following the races, see what's happening with the early races. Somebody was mentioning the MPW. Okay, hopefully this is not something I put a new version of Trade Ideas. I downloaded it last night. I don't know why. Usually, there we go. Okay. All right, sober is right from the get-go, guys, but it is early, and you can see how choppy it is. Excuse me. Look at this daily chart in sober. Look at the topping tails on the daily chart, the bottoming tails. What that means is, there's all sorts of ranges for this small stock. Pretty big ranges for a small stock. Sometimes very, very tough to intraday trade. But they did have some news today. New York City type news. Hmm. This is not because of this new bill, but the racing. Looking, it's not quite. Maybe just because it's the beginning of the day, it doesn't look quite as smooth. Excuse me. Okay, so let's take a look at what the market's doing. So the market had a mini surge before it opened, but now the first candle is trying to be red here. So silver is definitely now the next high looking left is looks like around 360 or so, 356 actually. Then after that, got up to 386. This was well, about a week and a half ago, I guess. Hmm. Just not noticing the smoothness now in this new build with the races. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this. Smoothness meaning the stocks that are moving up and down. So I guess next week, is it next week? Yeah, next week is the test drive starting. So I'll be putting the test drive link in all this week, of course. Yeah, it starts on next Monday. All right, Riven just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. RIVN, and that it just showed up now because it took out that low over here. So now this is a 10-day daily breakdown. It's at 3090. There could be some support. Well, 3072. I can see a couple of days at 3072. Somebody said it's it's not a holiday in the U.S. Well, it's a bank holiday, okay, but the markets are open, obviously. It's a bank holiday, Columbus Day, and of course, hey, happy Thanksgiving to fellow Canadians. It is our Thanksgiving. All right, just kind of keeping so they did make this change. Okay, guys. I jumped ahead. There were about 4 builds since I took last week off. So I'm on the absolute latest development build. I don't know if you guys see this, but now this is how they're going to categorize it. So you will see the last winner. Now, why that makes sense, what's not making sense is why isn't it listed? Hmm. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this. I don't know if Chris is in the room still, but because what we're wanting to have is eventually over the course of the day, you'll have a top 10 list created automatically for you of the stocks that won the most races. But sometimes, a stock that has not won a race at all, but wins the last race, you won't see it in the top 10 list. So now I can see it'll be designated as the last stock that won, but I don't know why Tops is not showing up as in the one position if it did win a race. I'll have to see, like here, like last winner, you can see here in the large cap gainers, Cliff was the last winner. There's only been one finished race, and it is there. I don't know why it's not appearing here, but I won't worry about it yet. All right, so ACMR, we wanted to watch that one. This is actually having a bounce, guys. ACMR is having a bounce. Bias is still on the short side, but it is having a bounce. A lot of volume came into ACMR. The market's putting in its first candle. Looks like it's going to be a big red candle. So we'll have another 8 minutes or so, 7 minutes or so for that candle to close. All right, well, Shady took sober right off the bat, SOBR right off the bat. I'm a little more conservative. I like to let things settle down a little bit. I'll run the risk of having something like this just run away from me, but that's fine. Okay, so CSCW looks like nothing. I see. So Fortinet actually gave it up. Well, there you go, 53.84. So now it is giving it up. Now the market's gone negative. Okay, so SPY's gone a little negative. Dow's up, so the minor disconnect in the market. Dow's up, Nas is down. So little battle between growth and revenue stocks or value stocks. Sorry. Okay, Marvel, guys. Marvel on the way down here. MRVL on the way down. Big red 15-minute candle so far. And looking left, where's the next low looking left? 4107. So it's broken down through that level, 4107. Back this out a little bit to see if there's anything else that might be holding it up at the 40 mark. Boy, not really, guys. I mean, you got to go back quite a ways. You got to go back to 2021, about a year and a half ago, before we see those levels for Marvel, MRVL. Whoa, I see MPTI got halted, resumed. Got halted. I think I got halted. Might have got halted on the way down. It was at 1672. So, my guess is it got halted on the way down, but it is trying to pop a bit. Yeah, see if it takes out this high over here of 2174. Halted again. So it got halted again at 1919. So it got halted on the way down, but it actually jumped quite a bit. So it's halted again. Wow, finger right back. FNGR, guys. FNGR is right back. FNGR. Big bottom Mikhail. This is the classic reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. You can get just whipped out of positions. If you taken this when it was popping, then if you had a proper stop, you would have been out of the position. Now, what's happening here on the left? 810 is the next high looking left for finger, FNGR. And then 936. So boy, this has got, if it takes out 8, I mean, it's still got some room. And then of course the fantasy area. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 810 is the next high looking left, and then 820. So 810, 820 could be the areas of resistance. If it can get through those areas, then you've got a high of 936 or so from last week for FNGR. Meanwhile, Marvel, MRVL, continues its descent here. Keep an eye on that finger, guys. Thinking about 820, FNGR. Doesn't mean, I'm not saying if it takes out 820, you hop into it, but it's an important level. Man, Marvel just continues down, guys. MRVL continues down. MRVL. This is one that I have thumbnailed. I didn't really take a look at my thumbnail chart for a week. So this one now is starting to give up QTRX, starting to give up 10. The next low looking left is 850. That's QT, I think. No, maybe not. 980. Yeah, 970 to 980. Excuse me. The next low is looking left for QTRX. All right, here's another one that just got halted. Wow, APDN announces the receipt of the largest single purchase order for linear DNA trademark. And this is APDN. So APDN just got halted. APDN's got, of course, not many in the float, 12 million in the float. Hasn't traded very much, but I'm sure it'll trade a lot once it comes out of this halt. Excuse me. So it's halted. APDN halted at 149. Okay, things are smoother now on my races. Okay, I can start paying attention to it. So we're 9:46, so we're 15 minutes in. Okay, take a look at Novavax, NVAX, of course, the big vaccine player. Boy, it's having a big resurgence. Next high looking left for Novavax, NVAX is 1760, so it's getting very close to that. Okay, MPTI open, but it gapped down a bit. So interested in this one if it can take out, I know you're having up a lot, but that 2167 area. Reason being is that it did hit 32 after hours on Friday, and even this morning it hit 33. So we'll see what happens. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't look at it in that direction. IMUX. Shady saying it triggered. All right, excuse me, what's the market doing? So NAS is still down a little bit. SPY is basically flat. And the Dow is still positive. So again, a little disconnect in the market. There's another one I recognize from a couple of weeks ago, SPRO. So SPRO hit 208 high on Friday and 228. So it doesn't interest me that much. I just don't see it has enough room. See, look how whippy that FNGR is. You know, again, when I say whippy, look at the 15-minute candle, look at the topping tail, look at the bottoming tail. You know, so I mean, at some point the buyers had it up here, at some point the sellers had it down here, and we're sort of in the middle right now, trying to figure out a direction. At some point, one side will give up. The problem is the timing of it. You know, when will the seller, and for how long? I mean, that's the other issue. How long will one side give up? Zila, okay. Mike is talking about Zila in our YouTube room, XLEA. Real cheap one, guys. Yeah, I don't typically look at anything under $1, but for those of you who do, lots of volume, 9.9 million. Huge float for a sub $1 stock, but there it is. Whoa, ALTR guys, ALTR is hitting me. The breakdown scan also ALTR, and it's got some room, 44.29. So it's almost got a couple of dollars till the next low, and that is ALTR. But what I'm really looking for right now, seeing some stock from the winners, not from, well, from the race, it doesn't have to have been a winner, that has some room, like GGE obviously has some room. 283 is the next high looking left. So, I mean, it's got a ton of room if it can keep going. Excuse me. So it's up 15%. Not bad volume. 21 million in the float. It is a China stock. If you're going to take a stock like this, you probably have to be following KWEB just to see what rest of China is doing. See right now, so GGE is kind of trading on its own. I mean, China stocks are still, most of the China stocks, the big guys anyway, are being hit. But if you look at GGE, it is definitely trading on its own. Yeah, that was the upgrade, but excuse me, by Goldman. Let's take a look. Yeah, the reason I didn't love it is because I thought there was, just a minute, please. The reason I didn't love it is because I looked left and I thought I saw this 34.70 or so. So, I mean, look, if it pops through that, great, because then there is some room to 35. Just to me, not enough room for that price of a stock. Okay, I see APDN came out of its halt, guys. APDN came out of its halt and I took my eye off it. This is one that, well, it depends what it did. Did it come back down through, I don't know if it came back down through the original halt price. APDN on the move here. Now it is coming into the 200-day. I mean, it's on a percentage basis, it's far enough away. 225 is the 200-day. This is shortable for me. APDN is shortable for me if it completely runs out of steam. Where's the next high looking left? Boy, this is interesting as a short. I have to read that news again. Okay, again, the largest single purchase of, okay, valued above mid six figures. All right. I mean, it's, again, eye-catching headline. I'd be just looking for an area that it might just start to give it up, though. Mamba, who are you with again? You're obviously not with Interactive Brokers. 102. There's not a ton of shares available, but 100, excuse me, 102,000 at Interactive Brokers for APDN. But it's still strong. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I did get some of the APD in short. I didn't get as many as I wanted. They did fill me, so I don't know what I'm going to do. I didn't get as many as I wanted, but I did. I was able to get it at 177. I don't know what to expect out of this one though. Let's see. What was the low? 124. If it gets back up to 177, I'll just take it out. Just cover it for no gain. The main reason I just don't have enough shares for me personally. They didn't give me. I just wasn't able to get the number of shares I wanted. Come on, APD, and just do a little bit more to get me out of it. No, I'm definitely liking this new feature, guys. Again, I don't think it's available for you guys yet. All these things hopefully will be available when we do start the test drive on Monday. Excuse me, just a minute, please. See what Whippy Sober is, guys? Really? I mean, because up to 366 and then right back down to 325. It's just a very, very difficult one, in my opinion, anyway, to intraday trade. All right. Well, you said AMC's on the move, so is GME a little bit. Well, we can laugh about it, but look at Peloton, guys. PTON is definitely having a nice day. The next high looking left is 985. So I mean, Peloton has some room. PTON has some room. LU is a rocket. Let's take a look at another China stock, obviously, LU, and here's another one on the way down, BBWI, Bath and Body Works, not, yeah, to me, it would really have to take out that 34 level, underneath that 34 level, and then after that, there's a pretty significant gap underneath, down to 31-ish, but right now I won't touch it. Whoa, APDN, okay. No, it's making up for the fewer shares that I have. All right, guys. Wow, Novavax. I think I mentioned this around 1730s. This is really, really ripping here. NVAX. Next high looking left is that 1925? 1790. Yeah, 1925 is the next high looking left for Novavax, NVAX. So this is on a bit of a mission today, guys, trying to come back from being hammered all the way down to 16 from its one of these highs of 76. And of course, it was a lot higher. Okay, I got to take a screenshot of this. Give me a minute, guys. I just want to alert because I don't know why. If RLX was the last winner, why is it in the top 10 list? You know, as one. I mean, remember, the top 10 list gets filled out during the day with the stocks that have won the most races. If it won a race, it should be here, in my opinion. All right, guys. Well, did okay in the APDM, but it has popped up again. Now I got to keep an eye on this one. I mean, this could it okay. I was based on the number of shares I had, it was okay, but now it's popped right back up. So now let's see if it takes out that high. Oh, that's been fixed too. Okay, good. Here's another one, guys, with some room. Oh, this is sorry. This is well, it's an ETF. You guys don't mind playing ETFs? That's fine, I guess. HIBS. Boy, ILAG, guys, ILAG is now through four. So this one is, boy, what a run it's been on. I mean, it really hasn't had any serious pullbacks. ILAG has just been kind of doing its thing, not really caring what the rest of the market is doing. And this is now 405. Let me back this out and see what sort of room it has got. I think the next high is around 439. ILAG. It is a China stock. Yeah, thank you, Mookie. I did. Thank you very much. Whoa, DraftKings. Holy smokes. I know, William, I guess you were long it, but um, okay. So obviously scoring a deal, reportedly scoring a deal with ESPN is not good. Well, that's the that's the thing, guys. You look at news like that, and you would have thought this would just soar from that. Certainly not do this. I mean, drop. So there's got to be something else going on. Oh, I see. On California. I see. Okay. All right, guys. GGE is making a little move here. I mean, it's got some room. It's got some room. 280 or so. No, APDN right back down. APDN right back down. I'm not in it anymore. But so this is, look how whippy this is. Topping tail, bottoming tail, direction unknown or uncertain right now. Microsoft, MSFT. What's happening with Microsoft from? Yeah, well, I don't know if just the overall market malaise or something specific to Microsoft. Microsoft has earnings this month. I mentioned BBWI a little earlier. It's been inch, well, not quite an inch. Took out the 34. 3370 is the next really, did it get down there? Yeah, not quite. 3370 takes that out. Then underneath that, the next low is 3163. So that would be a couple of dollars underneath. Okay. Excellent, Patrick. Yeah, Chris and I are definitely, well, I know Chris has turned into more of a day trader because you have to be. Pretty tough to concentrate on swing trading now, but we do have different styles for sure. But it gives me certainly ease of mind that I can take off every now and then and have somebody very credible, etc., in charge, along with William and Real, that can handle some of the other stuff. So it's always an issue. Well, there's your Peggy, Peggy. Yeah, Pineapple Energy. So again, when I look left, yeah, it's got some room. 489, next high looking left. I can't take it now, of course. It's you're in chase mode, but ugly. Look at this CSCW, very ugly. High of 175, right down to 136. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And somebody was mentioning AMC earlier. Yeah, it's on the run. Meme stock galore. 710 is the next high looking left. Toast actually had an upgrade this morning, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's a key area. Certainly for GGE, that two area. I mean, it's got a ton of room. If it can just, best thing that could happen to this is just kind of base a little bit, build up some volume, build up a bit of a support area, get over two at that support area, and then burst from there. Because look at this room it's got all the way up to 282 on Friday. That was the high end Friday. I mean, it pulled right back, but it's certainly not. It's certainly trading on its own. It's trading on its own, not just in relation to the rest of the market. Because look what the SPY's done, but also if you take a look at KWeb, unless KWeb is at a bounce, yeah. So it's a China stock that is really trading on its own. Because look at KWeb, which is a good barometer for the rest of for most of the China stocks. But GGE, being a little guy, not caring at all as we speak. Doesn't mean it can't turn around. Yeah, FNGR was kind of hoping it would take out that level, but it did not do it. FNGR was hoping it might take out that eight level, and then maybe have a crack at that 938, but it doesn't look like it wants to anytime soon. And again, look how choppy things are. When I say choppy, a 15-minute chart, even on a 15-minute chart, the higher the time frame, generally things look a little smoother on a chart. Without all the topping tails and bottoming tails. But I mean, look at finger. Now, the only good thing, I suppose, is that there's some really big bottoming tails. So the sellers have been trying, but buyers are still modestly in control right now. All right, got to put an alert here over the high, right around the high of the day for ILAG. No, well, in fact, and there's an alert for APDN. So it's been choppy. I did okay on that short. Would have done a lot better if I'd had all the shares I wanted, but APDN, yeah, so it's trying to come back. Now, the only issue again, getting reasonably close to that 200-day. Two issues for me: getting through that psychological, what I consider anyway, a bit of a psychological barrier, getting through that whole number of two, and then on top of that, you've got the 200-day moving average. So it may still have a little run in it, but I don't think a lot. Yeah, so there is something going on a little bit about this. I mean, I love the idea of the last winner, but for instance, one of the winners was RLX and it's not on this list at all. And remember, this is a top 10 list that is automatically created during the day. And the stock that'll be in the number one position will be the stock that has won the most races. So, I mean, it's early. Silver has won the most races today at 2. But look what's happening to it now. So, guys, it's 10:17. So, I think what I'll do, talk a little bit about our test drive. Okay, just got to find the link. So, just give me a moment, please. I'm just trying to find the link for the test drive. Hmm. All right, give me a moment, guys. I've seem to have lost that link. So, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I got to see if this works. Yeah, that is the wrong link. And let me see if this works. Yeah. Okay, give me just one moment. That is the right one, Pepe. You're right. I'm just going to get rid of the other one. You know why. I'm sure you understand why. All right, guys. So I've got a link for the test drive. Let me just explain what it's all about. It starts, well, in a week. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So now it starts on Monday. Now you'll actually have access to the program. Probably give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday, this coming Friday. So for $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. And it'll basically be, well, to the 31st. I guess that's actually not a Monday. I don't know if you actually get it for the Monday too. I think you actually do. So it's not actually 10 days. I guess it's 11 days, 11 trading days. Okay. So it goes from the 17th to the 31st. It'll cost $11.11. Also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to try out the premium service for those 11 trading days, you can do so also. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering, okay? You're not getting data, live data, until Monday the 17th. That's when it starts. So please, again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering, so don't harass our support people saying, hey, I signed up, where's my data? No data until live data until the 17th. But again, about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll be able to play around with the program to get used to what Trade Ideas is all about. So Monday morning, you'll have at least, and I'll show you where I think you get most of your information. You're going to the guide and the getting started section. Okay, so you should get somewhat prepared, of course, for the test drive if you're brand new to this program. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. In other words, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. Afterwards, there will be a nice promotion for you if you do want to take out a subscription. But again, we do not automatically put you into a subscription. When it's over, it's over. We only do this about 4 times a year, so it's a great opportunity to try us out. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Now, I'm sure you guys have really missed all about my homepage, so let's spend a couple of hours on it. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I should have, I forgot to mention what the trade of the week is. Weber. Yeah, the trade of the week is Weber, WEBR. I know I posted it. Let's see if it did it trigger. I guess it just triggered, right? Or not quite. 755 is the trigger. Yeah, so did not trigger. So the trade of the week this week is Weber, WEBR. It's probably kind of a meme stock. Okay. So the trigger, no volume at all. Okay, I would be laying off this completely. The trigger is 755. So when you get the email, it's laid out for you. It tells you what the suggested entry is, what your suggested stop is, how you trade it will be up to you. They're designed for longer term holds. I can see what Steve is looking at. You can see if it can somehow break out of that 760 mark. I know he said 755, but you can see the last few days at 760, and then the next high is 840. So I mean, that's why if it does break out, and if it can even break out further, it's got lots of room. Okay, so that's why I can see why Steve picked this one as the trade of the week, but it is not officially triggered because the official trigger is 755, and I think the high was 752. Okay. Yeah, he does tweet it out, doesn't he? Now I know he tweets these things out. All right, my home page. So if you click on my link, so if you can't wait, you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The annual premium is $2,000 less the 15%. And the standard annual is $1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I can see there was one, well, let me see if Neuro was shortable for me. Yeah, Neuro was shortable. So there was one pretty good one from the AI. Just show you what it looked like. Neuro to short, 321. It's at 303 right now, 7.9%. That is the big difference, though, between premium and standard. Okay, there are some other subtle differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. Now, my advice, though, is never start off with an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. You have to look at the terms and conditions of getting a refund on an annual, and they're not great. Okay. In other words, if you had the program for a couple of months and for some reason you don't want to trade anymore, or it's not for you, you're not going to get a refund. So my advice always is to start off with a monthly. You can always start off and upgrade afterwards if you want to an annual. So the standard is 118, the premium is 228 a month, less the 15%. And again, the 15% is only good for the first month. And there's nothing wrong. You want a monthly subscription forever? That's fine. Just know that this is what you'll pay, 118 and 228 going forward. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, get rid of this. First thing you've got to do, and if you're taking the test drive, absolutely do this. Okay. It's a software program like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. Okay. So it takes you through your first download and installation, your first startup and login, our toolbar and right click magic. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Of course, I didn't do a stock of the day all last week, so I'll get back to it today. So I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, all free. You can sign up for it here. The trade of the week that we've been talking about, this is a free service. You can sign up for it right here. It gets sent to your email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, or if you have if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, you could have snuck in there. Education, big education section. I would click on that user guide. Now there's that getting started that I talked about. You must do this. Now, for this test drive or anybody starting out, the very least you should know is what is an alert window, what is a top list window, and you should know about our stock races. Okay. Lots of other information, of course, in the user guide that you can get to later, but these are the key ones: alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Here's that getting started series again. So daily support. So today's Monday. So again, Chris took over for me last week. So most of you are going to know who Chris Farley is. So today is Monday. So what happens in our YouTube room is one of the other traders takes over from me between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over, and it's Chris's turn on Mondays. So he'll be there. And of course, Chris is there in our YouTube room. When I shut the main room down, he takes over in YouTube Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So lots of support. Daily webinars. I'm actually not sure which rotation we're on, but we have webinars. One week we're on Monday, Wednesday. The next week we're on Tuesday, Thursday. Next week for the following, so this will be the last week for the webinars. Okay, while we're in our test drives, we don't have the webinars. So this will be the last week for the webinars. You can sign up for it right there. Back to basics. So Michael Nossick, Trade Ideas, put this all together. If you're new to trading, this is a great free service. Starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. Okay. And last, my scans. I've got my scans right here that I'm sharing. You can see the two scans, the two race scans. The biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers open for percent. I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You hear me refer to halts resumes from time to time when the stock gets halted. Okay, so these are the other scans I'm sharing, but this is what I do concentrate on, the races. So a lot of information on my homepage. My advice, you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans, education, anything else you want at any time you want if you save my link. Okay, I'm going to try to answer a question before I keep going a little bit about trade. How do I find stocks that are about to cross VWAP and also gaining volume? Um, well, we do have a VWAP filter. Okay, so see if I've got something right here. I don't know if I have a top list based on it or. VWAP crossing. These are. Yeah, these are alert windows. Baby trader, how used to you are you using to use trade ideas? Like are a brand new user or brand new? Okay. Okay. So we have a filter because you don't want it to have crossed. You want it to more or less about to cross. Now, okay. Now it doesn't mean it's going to cross just because it's about to cross, obviously, right? So we do have a, let me just show you something we've got here. If I can, we have this distance from the VWAP, okay, in percent. So for instance, if you use this filter, okay, there's your filter, the distance from the VWAP. I would probably create a top list window using this because what you want to do, add that filter. See, if you do something like this, if it's a maximum, say of 1%, I know I'm going to confuse you just a bit here, but just give me a moment, okay? Okay, I want to make sure. So you see this filter that we've got called distance from VWAP 1. If you put in the min box, if you put a negative, now I've put -1 here, and in the max I've put 1. What that means is you will see stocks that are no more than 1% away from the VWAP, either on the downside or the upside. Okay, so that'll show you stocks that are near the VWAP within 1%. Now, what percent you use will be up to you. But first of all, does this make sense? Just to get you going. Okay. Because you know what? Why don't I do this? Just look at my mind back into all this stuff. Okay. Let me just do a new top list window. Start from scratch, load the setting. I'm going to give this to you, okay? So you want to find out anything, you can click on search, and I'm going to click on the VWAP again. Oops. Okay, so there's that VWAP 1. I'm going to add the filter. And again, you can adjust this, later if you want. Okay, so there it is. No, I blew that. Just give me a moment here. That's the tricky thing. You've got to, there we go. So the value is between -1 and 1. So it's going to be within 1%. Okay, number one. Now what we'll do, just give me an idea about, say, a price range. Okay, so there's 1 to 10. And how about minimum? How about a minimum volume? Is that 50,000? Okay. Well, I'm looking at DraftKings. I'm busy doing this, but I'm seeing a lot of like DraftKings just getting trashed. Okay, so far right now, so we're looking for stocks between $1 and $10. The volume is at least 50,000 shares, and it's no more than 1% away from the VWAP. Oh, 500, 500. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Because I can add that volume that you're looking for, maybe a volume burst. So that's what I'll do. Again, the relative volume of two. Okay. Okay. See how we're building it? Anything else? That's it? Okay. So that's the summary. 1 in 10, 500,000 shares between 1 and no more than 1% away, and the current volume is at least 2. So I'll give it a name, call it baby, all right? So we know it's you. Now let me make sure I need some columns here. So let's get the price, the volume, get the relative volume, and the VWAP. Okay. So at this point, there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing. So at this point, what you would have to maybe do is, adjust that, you play around with this. Maybe that's too tight, as an example. If I expand it to, -2 and 2. Okay, see, so you can see what you might have to do sometime, and that's going to tell you where it is in relation to the VWAP. So now when I click on APDN right now, and there's the VWAP, 184, 184. So remember, these are percentages. Well, actually, this is showing you the VWAP, right? I'm sorry, that's showing the actual VWAP. So what I want to do is add the percent as a column. I made a big blunder here. Just a minute, just a minute. I made a blunder here. That's why I accidentally picked the dollar value of the VWAP. Okay, so it should have been the distance from the VWAP in percent. Okay, so let me get rid of this. So that was actually looking at the dollar. So now let's see if I get some more results if I just go -1 and 1. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. The one, so there's the percentages. Okay, now what I'll do, I know I'm jumping around here, but just trying to get this done for you, and then show the column. Okay, so you can see, for instance, if I look at LCAA and the VWAP is 992, I mean, it doesn't trade. I don't know why. I don't know. That's a very strange looking one, but it did meet the filter requirements. But you can see 992. You see the zero? That means it's right at the VWAP. 992. Okay, as an example. Okay. So at this point, I'll leave this up to you, but this is telling you, where it is in relation. There's EOCW. It's got to be right at the VWAP, 987. Again, I don't understand these, like why it's meeting the filter requirements, 525,000 shares, okay? Let's take a look at another one, IQ. Wow, IQ, unbelievable. Remember, this was a roaring stock. Okay, so I'll give this to you. And again, you can play around with it, maybe adjusting the VWAP, the like you can obviously make any adjustments you want to the volume, your price range. But if you wanted to expand this in terms of if it can be greater than 1% above or below, then that's up to you. Right now, I don't have a saved layout. Well, I had one from. I'm going to create another one for the test drive. I have the saved. I have my saved scans. Okay, Sonny. Really, the layout is just this. I mean, the layout I'm going to create will just look like this. Okay, but so the brokerage plus is not that big a deal. These are my charts. I don't know. It doesn't matter to you, perhaps, if with a daily of 15 and the SPY. These are the two scans, though, that I concentrate. Okay, where are the scans? Okay, if you click on my homepage link, just go to that's what you're going to see. And then scroll down where it says my scans. Okay, click here, my scans, and here they are. Okay. Okay, Kishore, I'm trying to get to your question. Okay, Kishore, I have two questions. I'm trying to figure out how to set up a scan to flag stocks which are crossing their previous candle high. Yeah, so not good like that, Kishore. The program does not reference previous candles. Okay, in that regard. Yeah, good Lord, the SPY is right. Yeah, SPY is really giving it up. So unfortunately, Kishore, now those are the sort of things that Michael Noss has been kind of trying to create in the Market Explorer, things like that. I'm not saying it's there, but You cannot, no, if you, for instance, if you wanted, you know, a stock taking out, we just don't reference previous candles very well at all, like the highs and lows and the volume and all that. No. Well, oh, look at Sava. Holy smokes, look at Sava. I was wondering what Sava on the way down here, guys. So this one now is 36.11 is the next low looking left. And of course, if somehow it takes that out, it has got a ton of room underneath, and that is Sava, Sava. Again, difficult trader. Look at Sober, SOBR. Look at it. Whoa, wow. There's our answer, guys. APDN, as Zach was saying, waiting for it to take out two, and it has. And look at this 200-day moving average, 228. Is that gonna stall it? I mean, if it can somehow get through that, I mean, the next high is 277. Is that right? 264, 258. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room if it can somehow take out that 200-day moving average. APDN now is not shortable for me. So all the shorts have been at Interactive Brokers. When I tried to short it, there were about 100,000, but they've been snapped up now. Yeah, Kishore, unfortunately, I'm going to have to disappoint you again. There's no way to manipulate the scale on the X axis. I mean, you know how to zoom and stuff like that, I'm assuming, but I do see they added a couple of things while I was gone. I'm not sure we need the company logo, but there's the company logo in the charts. And also now we do have what's happened in terms of if the stock is up and down by how much. Well, PDD guys, PDD is another one getting hit here. Well, has been being hit. Another China stock on the way down. Igor, it was wonderful. Other than catching a little bit of a bug, but other than that, yeah, it was wonderful. Oh, so that is actually what you wanted to do, Keisha. Okay, that's okay. Zooming on our charts is not necessary. I mean, it is in the guide, but you probably have to search to try to find it. So the question was really now, as I interpret it, is how to zoom in and out of a chart. Okay, so this is from our YouTube room. If you left click on the chart, and you're doing that just to make sure that how Traded is knows what chart you're in. So you left click on the chart and then hold the control key down on your keyboard. And then with your mouse, scroll wheel on your mouse, just start scrolling in and out. Okay. So just again, left click on the chart, control key, press down on the keyboard, and then zoom in and out with your scroll wheel. Okay. On your mouse. Okay, guys, I lag. I lag. I mean, you know what? I didn't mind just to take this thing and just see what happens. Don't take too many in case it gets too whippy. But I mean, this has just got some more room. I lag. This has been just a stellar performer. I mean, this is wow, guys. I mean, the high here. Am I right? 728. I think there's a high of 439, and oh boy, this is just inching and inching and inching its way up. Hmm. Okay, guys, let me talk. I know it's sort of a little disjointed right now. I stopped to help somebody with that top list. Again, what we are, we're a scanner. In case, I just do this because we have new people in the room. Wow, look at this spy. No, no kidding. Look at this spy. So we are a scanner. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Okay. Now we do have a feature that is called Brokerage Plus. So if you click on that Brokerage Plus link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that I'm displaying, how you can actually trade from within trade ideas. Okay. And that's what the short video shows, how you do the connection. The longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. But if you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this option available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Now this is only available if you're using our web-based version. This is not available. Okay, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, though. But I'll go into that a little bit later because I do want to concentrate a little bit more on the top lit on the racing, and why I think, especially if you're new to trading, why it's a fabulous asset or feature that we've got that gets you to focus on very little information, really. It's going to automatically create a watch list for you. And instead of having to jump around creating all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and clicking like mad all day long on different symbols and just wondering, like tearing your hair out, wondering, well, what do I trade? Well, this race can really help you focus. So let me explain what the race is all about. Every race starts off from a top list window. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to open the top list window that this race is based on. Okay, so before we had races, I mean, we still have top lists, and the function of a top list was this. Depending on what column headers that you had in your top list window, you could double left click rapidly on a header. And so for instance, I can tell right now that APDN is the highest. It's 78% change from the close of Friday. It's at the top of this list. Next is IMUX at 39%, etc. Okay. Let's take a look at the change from the open. APDN is still leading the way at 82%, PEGY at 22%, etc. All well and good. But how is that going to help me trade? I mean, it's nice to know, what stock is the biggest change from the open or the biggest change from the close, or the biggest relative volume, or any other filter. Because remember, these are just filters. But how is that actually going to help me trade? How am I going to identify a stock that may be moving? Well, the simple answer is you can't really. I mean, if I stare at APDN and stare to see if that 81.8 changes to another number, to 83, then 84 or whatever. Yeah, but that'd be a crazy way to have to do it, right? Or what if some stock down here, PK at 1.3% from the open? What if, for whatever reason, it starts to really move? Now it's up 4% from the open, 10% from the open, 15% from the open. You could never catch that. Well, guess what? The races catch all of that. Oh, I lag. So how do the races catch that? I run 4-minute races. All right. Now I think Chris runs 3-minute races. Others might run, others that trade it is might run 5-minute races. I picked 4 minutes several months ago when I started getting really into the whole idea of races, and I've just stuck with it. There's no best. Somebody says, well, what's the best? There's no best. But for me, I decided 4 minutes seemed to satisfy my needs. Okay. So I run 4-minute races. This race is almost going to stop, okay, or be over in 7 seconds. And there will be a winner. The winner will be the stock that moved the most in the 4 minutes. Okay. So the winner was ILAG. And there is a little bit, yeah. So this is a little bit buggy right now. Okay. I can tell right off the bat. And I'll explain what I'm saying in terms of it being a little bit buggy. So what happens is, so when this race starts, and it is just getting going now, when you start to see a stock moving up to the top of the leaderboard, that means, so right now, as we speak, GGE has moved since this race started. Well, now Sober has taken over 1.26%. Not a huge amount, but Sober is SOBR, and of course there'll be jockeying for position over the 4 minutes. At the end of the 4 minutes, there'll be one stock that moved the most in relation to all the other stocks. So it's just like any other race. When the race starts, every stock has an equal chance to be the winner at the end of 4 minutes. And again, the winner is the stock that moved the most percentage in the 4 minutes. So we couldn't necessarily know that Peggy was moving in this top list. I mean, again, what if this one, AUPH, it's only up 2%, 2.6% from the close. But what if all of a sudden it just started to move and it was, leading the way? You would never know that by, having a huge list of stocks that are now, these stocks are meeting these filter requirements. And, I'm running my race on these filter requirements, 1 in $50 price range, 200,000 minimum shares, and up 2% from the close. That's it. So if there's any stock in the universe that meets these filter requirements, and it'll pick the stock that is moving the most percentage wise. So you won't miss it. Now you don't have to have the top list up and running. You can exit out. It doesn't have to take up any screen space at all. Now the other beautiful thing about what happens here is that this will automatically create a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. You can see right here that APDN, why is APDN in the number 1 position? That's because it has won 8 races today. Okay, that is why it's in the number 1 position. Tops won 3 races, GGE 3 races, etc. There will be eventually, 10 stocks in this, and now you can follow those stocks all day long. So for instance, you take a look at the number 5 position right now is Finger, won 2 races. So you might want to click on it and see what's happening. Maybe it's starting. No, it's at, I mean, to me, it's an ugly chart on the 15s. Lots of bottoming tails, topping tails. Pretty, tough to really commit one way or the other. But you might look at this and go, well, you know what? If this takes out 8, I want to know about it. I want to put a price alert in there and I'm going to know if it does. And maybe that's enough to get me into the trade. Okay. So instead of, flitting around to all sorts of, again, making all sorts of different alert windows and clicking like mad and getting nothing done, you concentrate, just on these top 10 and follow them all day long. Sometimes they've had at the beginning of the day, they win a bunch of races, and then maybe they just settle down for a while. And then all of a sudden they take off again. Put a price alert at a certain price that you look at, that you say, yeah, if it hits that price, I want to know about it. Now, some people ask, well, do I take if the stock is winning a race, do I take it? No. The idea is all it's showing you that, yeah, it's moving up on the leaderboard, but as always, and this is why, you have got to practice trading. So understand, chart patterns. For instance, right now, APDN, I wouldn't take this trade. Why? Because I know, for me anyway, that it's too close to the 200-day moving average. If I look at the 200-day in the single stock window, it's at 228. You can see there's a green line on my daily chart. That green line represents the 200-day moving average. It could really struggle to get through. It got up to 230, which is basically, 228. It's the area of the 200-day, and it stopped. I'm not saying it's going to stop forever, but that's an area that can be a lot of resistance. So that's why I'm saying, just because a stock is moving up on the leaderboard, and do I take it, or do I take it just because it won the last race? No, you've got to be able to analyze some charts, and take a look at, is it coming into a resistance area? What is the overall market doing? Could that possibly affect the stock? The market's sinking. Now, granted, a lot of these stocks, and I'm going to explain what the difference between these two races. These stocks are more volatile. Okay, they're generally speaking, they're lower float stocks. Not because I'm looking for lower float stocks, but for stocks that to move 4%, typically they're going to be lower floats, probably lower price stocks. Okay, because you're not going to usually get a 4% move in Amazon or Microsoft. So that's why, these stocks typically don't care as much about what the rest of the market's doing. Typically, within reason. Now, this one, though, is a little bit different. The large cap gainers, there's your finger, guys. Okay. Okay, so if you looked at that one, you thought, okay, but look what happened immediately. And this is absolutely classic. People ask, well, do I take it when it hits my price alert? No. When it hits my price alert, and I'm just talking in general, I want to know about it. I'll click on the symbol, see how it's trading, see if I see anything else that might stop it, and then I make up my mind. I mean, but look at this one. This is so erratic. I mean, it jumped all the way up to 817 and then right back down to 755. This is difficult to trade, guys. If you're new to trading, this is seriously difficult to trade. If you're not new to trading, it's seriously difficult to trade. Man. So this one, the difference between these two races, these are larger cap stocks. Okay. So what I did was I put a 50 million minimum float. Not that that's super high, but I put a 50 million minimum float and a 500 million market cap. Okay. Usually these ones are a lot smaller market caps because of the price range, etc. But so these ones, you will not see the big percentage moves, okay? But for somebody, starting out, this might be a better way to start. You can take a look at this one, but this might be not slightly, but a better way to start, because these ones typically will not have the wild gyrations that you'll find in this race. Now, I like them both, because for me, I mean, of course, I'm always looking for stocks that have the potential for the biggest bang, like iLag. Okay. Yes, like I lag. I just like to see that bid catch up a little bit before I take some out. But like I lag. And also, and I think Chris was the same way. I don't think Chris ever said you should buy this stock, you should sell this stock. I think what we try to do is point out, like I'll point out ideas. The rest of the room that has ideas also. It's not just about me, and what did I say about ILAG? I mean, I said the thing that I liked about it is that it has not cared what the market has done over the last several weeks. It's just trading on its own. So for me, taking out that four level again was said, you know what, you've got to take some. If it gets down to four, you're out, but that's okay. Because look what the market's doing. The market is, red, red, red. This is green, green, green. This is your definition of what we call alpha stocks. An alpha stock, a stock that doesn't really care, within reason, doesn't really care what the rest of the market is doing. It's trading on its own, within reason. And I always say it like that because if all of a sudden the market, gaps down, 1,000 points, probably nothing is safe. So here's your top 10 in this one. Now, understand, you can create your own race. You'll have to create your own top list with maybe a price range that you like, maybe a minimum volume that you like. Maybe you can add some other filters that you like, relative volume filter. You can create your own top list. Once you do that, this I'll just take a look. I'll show you. This is my like symbol top list. Once you create your own top list, basically you just do this: right click, and then you launch the race. And then that's where you can pick, the time that you want. I think they've created a 10-minute default. Okay, I think they've created sort of a default that when you do it, it's sort of set up for you. But of course, you can adjust it. And so you create your race. And all my races are based on the change from the open. Yours don't have to be, but I like to run my races, the change from the open. What's happening from when it's the stock's first print of the day, first trade of the day? What's happening from that point on? Yeah, so the links, they're in my homepage, baby. They're on my homepage. Okay, so just go to my homepage window and just go to the scan section, and you'll see them. Glad to be back, Am. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just waiting on the iLag to see if I can that 450 mark. I'm sorry, the 438 mark was that, I think that was the next high, but it popped through that briefly. Yeah, 439. And then 467. So that's why, that 439 was what was the area that I was concerned about. It did pop through it briefly, but the minute it started to drop, for me personally, had to take some off. The next area is at 450. Sometimes the 50 cent levels with stocks under $5 can be almost as psychologically important as the whole number levels are. For me, anyway, I always find stocks and struggle to get through a whole number. Shouldn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's just a number. What's the difference between 199 and 2? But it can be psychological. So what I'm also finding is that later on in the day, say, I don't know, 1:30 to 2 o'clock, we can see a lot of these ones that, all of a sudden they don't do anything for a while, but check, like click on the symbols that have made the top 10 list, on both of them. If you only have one or you have both, that's fine. I mean, only 20 symbols. Click on them because again, a lot of times all they're doing is, okay, they've had their little run and then all of a sudden they just stop. And you'll see that many, many, many times with a lot of these smaller ones. The excitement just disappears, but all of a sudden, sometime in the afternoon, the excitement comes back. You got to be prepared for it. Now you can be prepared for it several ways. Again, as I was saying, like the LU, you might look at this and go, well, maybe it's not ever going to come back. But hey, what's the harm of putting an alert at say 2:30? Okay, you put the alert at 2:30. There's that blue line right on the chart. And so later on, if it cracks out, I'm not saying that if it takes out 2:30 that it's going to start to rip, but just as an example of what you can do. Also, what happens here is that out of absolutely nowhere, a stock that we haven't seen all day long, shooting to the top of the list, and I mean shooting 10%, 20%, 30%, okay, that it's moved since the race started out of absolutely nowhere, a stock that we haven't seen at all. There's some news hits, news hits, or it's a meme stock, or some group in Reddit has got a control of it. And so that's why this is beautiful. Just one scan alone, and I'm not saying it has to be this one, but to create a top, even if it's your own, a top list window and concentrate it on it all day long rather than losing focus. It's very, very simple to lose focus when you're a trader. And Real is talking about Conagra. So he's talking about shorting a course and some possible levels, 33.44, and then 33.33, 33.04. These are fib levels, I'm pretty sure. And, again, new to trading, practice trading. This is why we've got this window, this Brokerage Plus window. I mean, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator, okay? So before you start trading, you really, really should practice trading, and we can use our simulator. Now, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even have to have a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. Our simulator does all that. To load Brokerage Plus, you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus, and then this Brokerage Plus window will show up. You may have different column headers, but the gist is the same. Now, the other thing I should mention about the races, tomorrow's Tuesday, so I'll be in the marketing meeting tomorrow. I mean, I've got to think that the races will be available for the web-based version, okay? Right now, I don't think they are, but I know they're trying like mad to make sure they're going to be available for the web-based version. This will not be. The Brokerage Plus window will not be. So to use a simulator, underneath that Brokerage Plus tab, you'll see there are two options. One says Live, and one says Sim. Click on the Sim. Now you're into simulated trading. Obviously, these are a bunch that I did a couple of weeks ago in the simulator. I didn't get rid of them. Let me just get rid of them. It's a way in which you can practice, and I'll explain what I'm saying, how you can practice swing trading if you feel that you can swing trade this market. Okay. So when you load Brokerage Plus, this is what you'll see. You should see not connected beside the ask. You should see not connected. Now, if you can't, you have to expand your window a bit, okay? So now I'll click on SIM, and that not connected will change to account. Okay, it has changed to account. Now when I click on account, simulator trading default pops up, and now I'm in the simulator. Yeah, still got that lag. Okay, so the problem I had in the simulator, and I see it's still there, is that when I click on a chart now, instead of having a lightning like the chart loading lightning fast, you know, there's something has happened, and I have to create some kind of a video for them to show them what's going on. It didn't happen before. I have no idea. I don't think it should be happening for you guys but it's because I'm on this development build. But anyway, let's just say I want to take this trade for well, first of all, if you click on an alert, the symbol will show up in the box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. So let's just take a look at, let's take a look at up, see if it can keep going up. I don't like that. GGE, because I mean, we've been talking about this one, and you know, I didn't take this one. Unfortunately, I should have taken this one on the two break. I was talking about this one earlier. It is going completely counter what the rest of the China stocks are doing, and of course the market. But let's just take the trade, okay? And I want to just demonstrate a little bit about money management. I'm going to go in at the market. The spread's only a couple of pennies. And I'm not saying this is, you know, this is now just to demonstrate. So the entry price was 222. I'm going to add the stop in at 202. I'm going to explain why. You'll see, excuse me, a red line will appear on the chart and it says minus 100. So when you're starting out trading, how I trade anyway, I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. So I have a checklist, and unless I can check everything, I won't take the trade. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. I mean, a lot of my checklist is, you know, I want to make sure it's the right price range I want, minimum volume, a few other things, okay? But assuming I can check everything, then I take the trade. But the next step is, okay, guess what? Just because I think the trade should work, it may not. So I'm going to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me, okay? Now, how I determine that price, that is what we call the stop. Typically, what I'll do is I'll look at, say, no less than a 15-minute chart, maybe a 5-minute chart, and I'll size up where I think there might be a support level. A support level meaning, you know, a lot of action at a certain price that looked like it held that price, but if it breaks down below that price, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if I'm new to trading, though, to make it really simple, because, you know, my idea of support and your idea of support may be very different. So what I would do is practice this way. Maybe put the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle as your stop. In other words, if it hits that price, you want to be out of the trade. Why? Well, it's a defined number. There's no guesswork, right? I mean, there is a low of the low of the previous 5-minute candle is an absolute number. There's no guessing what it is. So when you go into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade at if it's not working. So that is also going to, for me, that is also going to share size me. How? Well, hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I like to do in the simulator is demonstrating risking $100 a trade. So if the trade doesn't work, I'm going to be out no more than $100. That's why that red line appeared, minus 100. But that's why I took 500 shares. Now understand that I know when I took again, if this were real, I would know my entry, of course. I get in and I know where my stop is. Basically, the difference between the two 222 and 202 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So in other words, I'm not taking the same share amount every trade. That's going to be dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. Now, this may sound all very complicated, and I'm sure it is when you're first starting out. But you can set up an Excel spreadsheet as an example, and you just have to have the same risk for every trade. Risk meaning how much you're willing to lose. And then all you have to do is just input your entry and your stop, and it's going to automatically calculate how many shares you take. Now you don't have to get crazy about it. Oh my gosh, it said I've got to take 520 shares, but now the entry price or the entry is a little bit different. I didn't get in right. Like don't get too uptight about that. Obviously, if something is moving like 10 cents, 20 cents a second, okay. But this is just to get you to practice trading and understanding the huge concept of money management, and allowing yourself to be like huge part of trading is losing. Okay, you have to understand how to lose. You have to be able to take a loss and move on, and not let it frustrate the heck out of you. Okay, and that's why. But if you start trading with your real account, it's going to be awfully tough on you, I think. So practice trading in the simulator until you can make money in the simulator. Like really forget about trying to make money when you have like real money up for grabs, okay? Because here's the other aspect of it. And it looks like I'm going to get stopped out. I'm going to allow myself to get stopped out. We'll see if it happens. Now, here's the other aspect of it. You get into a trade, and it's easy in the simulator to allow yourself to get stopped out or take yourself out before it actually hits the stop price, which I will do. My stop is my absolute worst I want to do in the trade, but I always reserve the right to get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Okay, but one of the hardest things for people to do is to obey your stop. You can't believe the trade's not working. You were able to check every box. Plus, the room is talking about it. And maybe as a bonus, because for me, news is not mandatory, but maybe it's got some good news. Maybe it's an earnings play or just some good news that they pumped out, and it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop, you say, well, you know what? This is just too good. It's too good. It's going to come back. So you disobey your stop. Now you're down $200. Now you're down $300, $400, and you finally exit maybe with a $500 loss and kicking yourself because you didn't obey your stop. You had that manageable $100 loss, but it turned into a lot more than it should have because you didn't obey your stop. Scenario number one. Number two, which is almost as bad, is not obeying your stop, having it turn against you, $200, $300, $400, $500, and then yes, it does turn around. Now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you think, wow, was I ever smart for not obeying your stop? Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But I wish somebody had drummed into me earlier on when I first started trading the magnitude of what can happen by not obeying your stop over and over again. Basically, you can destroy your account. Okay, so again, it can happen. Of course, things can turn around. Of course, it can. But I'm just saying, if you want to last in this business, obeying your stop, money management is so critical. So, guys, I'm off my soapbox. Okay, you can practice trading, and of course, it'll be available during the test drive to do exactly all of this as I was showing. And if you do take out a subscription and you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard subscription. You don't need anything more than that. Now, the other way in which you can take a trade is by clicking on the buy button. Okay, so let's take a look at Finger. Boy, talk about all over the place. But let's just take the trade, okay? I just want to demonstrate what you can do. Now, if you're looking at your chart and the buy button is grayed out, okay, like my sell button is, then you must be on at least the production version, but I would take the beta version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so if you go to my home page, A moment. Okay, so if you do click on my home page, okay, I think I just got stopped out. Yep, took me out of the trade. See how that worked? Took the loss. Now, it doesn't. Now, the other thing about all this is that there's nothing saying that you can't get back into a trade. Maybe you were just a little bit early. You set everything up the way it should have been with your stop loss and all that, and you get taken out of the trade. Well, maybe you're just a little bit early, or maybe market conditions turned around after you got into the trade. There's all sorts of factors, but it may set up again. In a similar way, you can always try it again. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll to the top, and where it says download, click on download. And this is the beta. Okay, this is the latest beta. I would use the beta. Click on the beta and it'll bring you right down to, so there it is, 5.6.9. Okay. If you already have that, of course, you don't have to do that. In order for you to see what you have, if you click on help from the toolbar, help and about, it'll tell you the version you're on. And then, so if you do click on the right version, and then if you connect to the simulator, then the buy button will be green, or it'll be alive. So if I click on the buy button right now, say for FNGR, I can do a couple of things here. Notice how the crosshairs appears on the 15-minute chart. Now I can actually do something like this. I can say, well, I wouldn't mind taking this one, but only if it drops down to 745, to these lows here. So I just, position my crosshairs where I want that to happen. And then I left click my mouse, and then you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. And that's where it'll take the trade. Okay, right there. It automatically puts a stop at the low of the day. I'm not saying that's where you should have a stop, but what we've tried to do is, and I hesitate to call this a strategy, it's just a quick way to get into a trade. What it'll do, it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you're telling it to. And then it'll put that stop down here. That's going to share size you the whole bit. Now, of course, what I'd be doing is, practicing, and I'd be moving my stop to where you really think it should be. Okay. Now, if some people want to have a stop at the low of the day, so be it. Now, let's take this trade though, right now. No, I'll leave it here. Just want to demonstrate how you can take the trade on a pullback. You could have done the same thing on the upside. Maybe, if you thought, well, if it can take out these two levels right there, this 811, 820. Let's do it. In fact, let's do it the other way. Let me do it. Let me get to the orders. I'm going to cancel this order. See, the finger is right there. I'm going to cancel it. So it's going to disappear. Okay, so it disappeared. Let's do it this way, because this, in theory, look at today. What did it get to? 818. Friday got to 810. 820 on Thursday. Let's put a buy order right at the top here and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, so I'm going to click my buy button. And I'll put it right up here, a little bit above, say 820. Okay, so it's going to take the order at 819. Now, at any time, I can move these levels. Okay, I would move this. There's no way I would have a stop, at the low of the day. Okay, so I would probably just move the stop up. Just demonstrating how you can do this. Okay. So important, as Real said, you've got to understand the concept of stops, how to how to position size yourself. You can't be Pollyanna about this and think every trade's going to work. Multiple cyber attacks just reported at all major airports. Well, I'm glad I got out. Take a look at jets. Anything happen? Yeah. So I'm going to disconnect because again, because I am connected to the simulator. The charts are not as snappy for me. Look at CYRN. I mean, it's only about a 2 second delay, but where was that question? Relative weakness. Um, oh, okay. So you're talking about okay, flipping this one does nothing. Okay. The biggest gainers from the open to the biggest losers from the open. You could try it here. The reason why these are so small that a lot of these, number one, are some of them are not shortable, but number two, because as I've kind of mentioned, a lot of these kind of trade on their own. They don't really care what the market's doing. But you could flip this one, the large cap gainer, large cap losers from the open, if that's what you're talking about. This is not based on relative strength. This is based on I mean, we can call it relative strength. I guess a stock that is sorry, that is trading the most from the open. I suppose you could say a stock probably has some good relative strength. But yes, I mean, I have this one. I can share it with you. The large cap losers from the open. For whatever reason, I just haven't found that, even in this market, I haven't found that the large cap losers from the open has given me, the greatest looks, but doesn't mean that. So let me just file, load from cloud, my real-time race windows. So biggest large cap losers from the open. Okay. And you can take a look at it. I'll actually load it myself. I'll put it on another monitor. Well, that's not really it, Jonathan, because I mean, there's certainly no bullish bias now at all. I mean, not for months, not for months. But I don't know, for some reason, I think the other reason is that when I'm looking for shorts, these are two scans that I'm sharing. Okay, now these are the daily breakouts, 10-day daily breakouts on the upside, and this is on the short side. Okay, this is what I tend to concentrate on. And then I've also got reels that I'm sharing in my on my homepage. This one, okay, the real short. This is the don't repeat version of it. And this is what I kind of look at when I'm looking for shorts. My main focus is this window all day long. Okay, that is my main focus. But if I do see something in the other one that might be of interest, sure, I'll take a look at it. So right now, for instance, a large cap loses from the open. I just loaded it. That's why there's no top 10 list. And that's another, just to maybe answer a question. If somebody's just loading my scans right now and they say, well, how come it doesn't look like yours? It's because you're just starting your race. You're just starting. Okay. I start my races at 9:30. That's Eastern time. You can start the races pre-market if you want, but I like to start these two races at 9:30. So my top 10 list starts building from 9:30 on. Obviously, if you load my race right now, you're building your race from 11:36 on. All right, guys. Well, I'm all out of the eye lag, so that's it for me. I'm doing. But what's happening with CYRN? Yeah, look at this. As I was talking, this was just jumping and jumping. What time is it? Wow, it's been a pretty fast morning for me, guys. 11:37. Usually takes me a while to get back into the swing of things when I've been off for a while, but one of the things I find about the races is that, I mean, this just lets me focus. Just lets me focus on a few stocks. That's it. I mean, even for myself. I mean, obviously I'm an experienced trade ideas user and all, but I've cut down on the number of alert windows and top list windows that I had. And then last before, again, this is, I started doing this well 2 weeks ago. So guys, shameless plug for me and the trading room. Trading room, because we do get the question a lot, is a trading room free? Yes, it is free. Why is it free and how can it be free? Because, I post my links all the time. Okay, my homepage link, and you notice there is a link for a subscription. If you use my link, then and take out a subscription, the room gets the credit. Well, I personally, of course, get credit for it, commission wise, yes, flat out tell you. But the room, the company wants to make sure that, okay, we're providing a free room. Is it paying for itself? Okay. So that's so if you do take out a subscription, that's why I'm always saying you can save my link. And then of course you can look at the guide, you can look at anything else that's on my homepage. But if you eventually do take out a subscription and use my link, then the room gets credit and so do I. Okay. Oh yeah, Jonathan. Yeah. Yeah. Should have been in the either questions or the general market. Yes. Yeah, very few rules in the room. I mean, some obvious ones, but some very few rules in the room. Created these tabs on purpose, specific stocks only. So, I mean, hopefully that makes sense. Talking about a specific stock. And we have general market talk and then trade ideas questions. And those questions could be, is there a scan that can do this? Having problems doing this with trade ideas. If I can help, I'll answer the question. If I can't, I'll direct to what I call the true tech support. I cannot answer any accounting questions because I just don't have access to the accounting, but I can certainly direct you to people that can. Boy, this one, this CYRN, what's the news on this one? Just kind of scouring through this news. So what? Okay. I see. So this is more like a cybersecurity software. Okay, so that's the reason, guys. So that news hit, and so any other cybersecurity software companies. Yeah, Simon. So the question in our YouTube room: do you get access to the room with the $11.11 offer? You get access to the room right now. The room is free, actually, Simon. Okay. So this is not set up because we're having our test drive starting Monday. The room is free all the time. So, I mean, obviously, if you take the 1111, if you're going to sign up for the test drive, of course, you get access to the room. But the room has been free like this I think I'm actually coming up to a 7-year anniversary. I don't know what the actual date is, but it was in October of 2015 that this room started like this. So, and it's been free ever since. Yeah, one thing I think we do very, very well, and of course it's not just myself, but I think that the support that we offer, I think it's I don't know any other company that does what we do. I mean, has a free room. You can ask questions. You've got another other traders that take over Monday to Friday between 12 and 1, and then Chris from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. I mean, I don't know any other company that does that. Not saying there isn't any, but wow, Sava. Remember I mentioned Sava and an important level for it to have cleared. Is it there yet? Yes. Wow. Look at Sava now, guys. Underneath 36. Next low looking left is 30. And there is a 200-day there at 32. Look at Sava. SAVA. I was mentioning this one. So here's an example. I think when I was mentioning it, I was saying, well, guys, the next low looking left is 3609 or so, 3611. If it takes that out, look out below and look what's happening. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't I take the trade? I'm doing a lot of other things. All I'm trying to do all day long is pointing out opportunities. And if it meets your trading plan, I mean, this may not be, first of all, a lot of people won't short. Well, then that doesn't meet your trading plan, can't help you there. But if you hear what I'm saying, you hear me say all the time about looking left. That's why I only have a daily chart up. Okay, I have a daily chart up. Because when I get an alert, first thing I do is look on the daily chart to look to see where could it keep going until it either hits the next low if I'm looking to short it, or the next high if I'm looking to go long. I'm a very simple trader, really. Let's take a look at that GGE that I got stopped out on in the simulator. So I mean, it might be setting up again. I also see they added. Cool. So on the chart itself, it's going to tell you again in the simulator. But if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it will show up on the chart exactly where you got into the trade and what you're up or down. And you probably, I guarantee you don't see this yet. So again, tomorrow when I'm in this marketing meeting, I'll find out how close this is to being released. I know that they want to have this released for the test drive. Definition of ugly. This FNGR chart on a 15-minute is so ugly. Why? I know I repeat myself a lot, but I mean, just look at these bottoming tails and topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Typically, when you use a 15 or 30 or whatever, things tend to look a lot more smooth. If I put this on a 1-minute chart, it would look insanely messy, but this is just insanely messy. Topping tails, again, buyers had it up to 798. sellers close it down here at 745. They actually had it down here to 730. I mean, look at this huge bottom tail, 720. These are huge ranges for a $7 stock. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Really hard to intraday trade if that's what you're looking to do. Try to do. Really hard. I just have to completely shy away from it. The only way I could trade this later would be if, I've got this alert up here at 819. If it takes it out, and it looks like it wants to hold it, and how am I going to know if it looks like it? Well, I mean, let's say the price alert hit this 819 and then immediately went down again. Okay, well, I would have to wait to see how well it holds, just based on the previous history today, anyway, of how horrible it's been trading. And that's why you got to practice trading. Okay, I'll bet you this was, you guys probably shorted this one, right? The CYRN, 139, then all the way down to 115. Again, so this is popping on the, now is it rumor or is it, so CNN's reporting it, so is this really, I guess it's easy enough to check a website. All right, so Chris is going to be in our room. I'm going to make sure, I'm pretty sure he's going to be in the room. Okay, guys, see how GGE is coming back? Okay, it is coming back. So there's a case where you say, wow, Barry, you shouldn't have made your stop in the simulator because you'd be making money now. You're absolutely right. But you know what? This could have kept going down, 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 down to 160. And instead of being out whatever the manageable 100 I planned in the simulator, that could have been down, say, 1,000. Yes, so Chris will be there. Okay, so Chris will be in our room. Both rooms take over from, not no, both rooms, sorry. He'll be in the YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. I'll just put the announcement in. I'll be here until Chris shows up. Okay. In fact, I might talk to Chris when he gets in because I want to. I'm supposed to create some kind of a what they call it, a Jira ticket on this. Let me just get out of the simulator. Okay, now let's click on an alert. Yeah, you see. So, guys, when Chris shows up, I'm going to talk to him because I've got to create this. I hope he can do it for me. It's what we call a ticket so the developers can understand what I'm seeing. I think it's going to happen for him too. So, proverb. I know it's not proverb. Is this a so look wow, look at PV. Wow, what a great 4-day run this has been on PRVB. Big day on Thursday, follow through Friday, follow through today. It's not caring what the market's doing. PRVB. It's not really a low float either. 74 million in the float, so it's not certainly a low float. Obviously, there was some news on Thursday that propped it up. Ooh, sure, I gotta mute this site. All right, guys, I'm not in the iLag anymore, but I mean, look, if it takes out that 450 mark, it's got, I mean, 728, I believe 728 is the next high looking left. So keep an eye on iLag, and if it takes out the high of the day, I mean, look, I don't recommend anything, but I mean, if you're, I guess we can call this extended, but for a swing trade, I mean, this still has a ton of room. 729. Remember, if you're swing trading anything, you're going to have a much wider stop. That's one in which I would probably put at least the low of the day stop. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Look at AR guys, ARs. So are the resource stocks coming back? Let's take a look at XLE just for fun. See if the resource stocks are starting to come back a little bit. Yeah, a little pop at XLE. So if you're looking at a resource stock right now, because you're obviously in the right side of the sector for a while anyway. For a while anyway. This doesn't mean it's going to continue. I mean, the sector is still down for the day, but it's trying to come back a little bit. And it's coming back with the market. Boy, look at the lot of details on the SPY in the market. Definitely a challenge. I like guys is really one that has to be continue to watch it. I would put a price alert. In fact, what I'll do. Why did I do this? Or is Chris already there? No. Let me connect. And I'll click that buy button. There you are, Chris.
Here I am.
Mr. Varley, well, first of all, super, super thank you for taking over and doing. Everybody's telling me that you did a fantastic job while I was gone, so much, much appreciated. I mean, It's like when we leave, when we travel, we two pets, and we have to leave our pets. You know, we have to make sure that they're being taken care of by the right people, by the right person who we've had
Mm-hmm.
for years. So, tremendous sense of relief. So the same thing with you. I'm not trying to get too maudlin here, but believe me, the same sense of relief. I know leaving the room with you, I knew was no issue whatsoever. So I really appreciate it.
Well, glad to hear the positive feedback. I'm not quite as active as I told everybody. So when there's radio silence, I said, forgive me. And the other thing that I find tricky is that balance that, we're trying to show off and promote trade ideas, obviously, while at the same time promoting, a nice robust trading room to share ideas in without murdering people advertising, essentially. So finding that balance that you have, I think, is the toughest part of all of it.
Yeah, well, just one moment. I'm going to mute myself in the main room. Okay, guys, I'm talking to Chris in the other room right now, so I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. But I have to continue to talk to Chris just for a bit here. Okay, so I'm on mute now in the main room. Yeah, I think people. I mean, I try to explain. I mean, it's a free room, and it's a free room for a reason. I mean, obviously, we want people to take out subscriptions, but try not to be heavy-handed about it. That's all. So,
No,
no,
exactly.
I
And
think
then,
I think I think we do a good job on the balance. Chris, before I leave, I wonder if I could really get your help on this Jira ticket thing, as long as it happens for you too. Uh, do you still see my screen?
yes.
Okay. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm in the simulator. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm in the simulator. I'm going to click on an alert. So I've just clicked on CMC. One, two. Okay. A little bit of a delay, before it
Yeah.
changed. Let me click on another one. ACI. One, two, three. A
How
little
many
bit of a
docked
delay.
windows do you have?
But, but, let me get out of the simulator. Let me get out of the simulator. Disconnect. Now I'm going to click on an alert. Boom. Boom. You see, I mean, it
Yeah.
just loads immediately. It should not matter how many dock windows I have. I mean, really, it shouldn't just because I'm in the simulator, and it never happened before. So if you can create the same thing, and I only have, I mean, this is a docked window.
Hmm.
I've got this docked and one other dock. That's it.
So
Just
the
and not
reason why
not
I'm
not
asking
any.
is this: I've been having terrible, the same as you, what you're showing right now. But my performance monitors always either green or red. I had 4 and 5 docked windows, and I just reduced it today to 2 docked windows. I'm not seeing that at all of a sudden. It's really snappy again for me all day
E-
since then.
Even when you go into the simulator.
I have the simulator loaded right now. Here, let me swap the screens and I'll show you.
Okay. I don't like to hear that. Because
Well, I don't like to
I,
say that because I like the way I
yeah.
have my setup right now. But here's PAYO and then BHC, and here's my simulator. I'll bring it over. Forgive my
Okay.
awful. I'm down $11,000 in the simulator right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But I just clicked ZIM again. But here, ILAG, bang.
Hmm.
IMUX, bang. I mean, here's some stuff I haven't clicked on at all, just in case it was like loaded in the cache
Yeah. In the
already.
cache.
You
Yeah.
know, um, pretty snappy right there with
Oh,
these
yeah.
ones. All right, now of course Snap's going to do me dirty, but there's a spy.
Okay.
Let's see, OFC. All right, so I did get a hang up there. All right, now I'm seeing the hang ups all of a sudden. So I have a ticket in already. I
Because I
have
mean,
several tickets in already.
okay. I mean, I
Um,
just don't know how to. I mean, it can't just be me. So and it can't be just because I've got one, two of three docked windows, and there are not many in the dock. It's not like I've got 40 charts or something, or 40 combinations of charts and single stocks, etc. in the
right.
dock. I mean, they're very, very modest. So, and it never happened before. I was hoping you could recreate it to get Julio off my back.
No, and he's asked me before I've put in a few tickets. Let me see if I can find them, and I'll share them in the traders thread and show you if there's anything you want to try to add to them
Okay,
at some point.
and I'm sorry for hijacking this. And I'll let you take over. Well, you're already.
This is for the benefit of all users.
Yeah, exactly. Because if we're going to do the test drive,
No, exactly. I'm just searching through there right now. Here we go. So I'll drop this in the traders thread, and if there's anything you want to add to it, or if you get a video capture or anything like that, I'll even if you get a video capture, just share it with me.
Video capture is easy for me. It's all the other stuff you wanted,
Yeah.
like what exactly were you doing, and how many did this, and what time did it happen? I don't know.
Yes, I'm I've been on several calls.
Anyway, we're really talking in shop here, so I'll let you take over completely. I'll put myself on mute. Okay.
Sounds good. I'll be ready when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right, everybody. So just a little, back and forth with me and Barry. We've both experienced some slowdowns. We've had some users say they have, and then all of a sudden they don't have it anymore when I'm trying to ask them for video captions, what they're doing, and some others still experience it. So, the hardest thing with any software, including ours, is when not everybody is affected by something. Becomes digging for a specific needle in a needle stack. Actually, not even a needle in a haystack. So, anywho's, with all that said, that's all I got as far as that goes. So Barry and I trying to kind of team up and get this knocked out here with that. Happy Monday, all, and happy bear market and all that stuff like that. And this is the stuff, continue to pound home on this, that really gets people tricked. These little rallies and a sell-off, and then a rally and a sell-off. Don't get fooled here by it. And it's not to say don't take a position or don't trade it, but let's be aware of what's going on here. And that, sure, we could play a bounce. And if you're someone who likes to trade SPY shares and something, and you see maybe you got a moving average that you like capturing underneath something for a little ride up, that's great. All right, take that little ride up. Look where it might get rejected at. Is it going to be the tops of these candles? Is it going to be a different rising moving average? Things like that. The moves are going to be smaller to the upside, generally speaking, especially with things that are broader market and so on and so forth. So, just keep those things in mind. That's all. It's a tradable bear market, I think. This is not like the dot-com bubble. This is not like the great financial crisis. And what I mean by that is, even though I wasn't trading during those, I still actively followed the stock market. I made some investments, and watched a lot of more your big caps or blue chip stocks and things like that. Not doing obviously what I've been doing the last several years here. But my point being is that there was almost nothing to trade in those times to the long side, outside of the big rallies that we did see in the markets at those times. You would see some bear market rallies like this and then smack down hard. But after the smackdown hard, it was just, a steady grinding that was not relenting to any individual stocks whatsoever at that time. And I think we do a good job here with our scanning technology of finding things that look decent in this market. Anybody that's followed me on Twitter over the last couple of weeks, I'm always throwing out a few charts that there are stocks every week that are still near all-time highs. Not many of them, but they still exist. In the great financial crisis, there was no stocks doing that, none whatsoever. So with that said, the only thing that changes, if we have a set of scans that work well, even if they're only producing a couple of ideas in a week, and we have a trading plan that works well, even if it only lines up with a few of those few stocks a week. The only thing that changes should be our expectations, where in a great bull market, or even kind of just a slight drift higher, that's not even necessarily a great bull market, where we're seeing better risk on and we're seeing better returns, and larger returns, larger percents held for longer times, we're going to flip that. We're going to see the smaller returns and smaller percents for smaller time frames. That's all. But there's still things there. Even today with this slop and chop, ILAG, just a steady grinder all day long. It's never run away from anything. Real nice climb. We can also see it's been in a nice uptrend regardless of what the market is doing. So just another example of things that are working in a tough environment. For the faster moving day trade folks here, You've got PEGY gap down in a reversal. From the open, we're up almost 28%. From the prior day's close, we're up 10%. There's nothing easy about this. This isn't clean cut again, but here we are, decent data, right? What else? ADPN had made an early move. All right, we're consolidating now. So if you couldn't capture this early move, ask yourself, is there a possible move later in the day? Where do I want to set price alerts? If I set a price alert that makes me get in, where do I think I'm wrong? You can get yourself extra prepared right now. If a move happens that you believe could have a catalyst to a larger move, you can prepare yourself ahead of time. Where would I put a stop? Why would I put the stop there? If I'm going to get in at certain levels, what am I going to share size? Why am I share sizing it there? So a lot of prepared work that we can do right now while possibly we're sitting and waiting on our hands for quite a bit of the day. Those aren't the only ones, though, to talk about. IMUX, all right, grinding throughout the day again here. All right, do you think if it's got to break above 6, where does it go? We can zoom out on a chart here and we can start to, look left and formulate a game plan here. My game plan might not be your game plan. Your game plan might not be Samantha's game plan. Samantha's game plan might not be Jonathan's game plan. I'm just using random names, by the way. My point being here is chance favors the prepared mind, and it doesn't really become chance anymore, all right? Especially on these slower days. It's a semi-federal holiday today, meaning the stock market's open, but the bond market's closed, banks are closed, probably all schools are closed. Maybe there's private schools or something open. My point being is we have a slower developing day. We have a bear market. Got to know this information. We got to take it in. I haven't tried it, Jonathan, to be honest. I still remain in the camp that I haven't been forced to put on a short hat to this point in the year. Every week I'm finding at least 2 or 3 okay trades that are, keeping it so that I can stay to the long side. And I recognize that shorting is a different animal. I don't really have a lot of experience in it, so I haven't been forced to get more experience in it at this point. With that said, what I would point out is this. Michael Noss has always mentioned that relative strength in scanning doesn't work to the short side as well as it does to the downside, because by the time relative strength is finding relative weakness on that flip side, you're in the hole and you don't short in the hole. Now, when he's mentioning those things, he's talking about, for example, a TI strength alert scan here and how that flip doesn't work as well. It doesn't work at all, as a matter of fact, is what he said. But that is looking at a longer term basis here. On a shorter term basis, it very well may work. Like I said, haven't experimented with it, so I couldn't say. So I'd encourage, like I always do when it comes to anything with the races and going outside anything I've personally done, experiment with it. The worst that you can find is it doesn't work. And when I say experiment with it, I'm not saying run out and start buying shares, but experiment with it, look at what the top 10s are on it, and so on and so forth. For me, some of my experimentations are tough because of all the different stuff that I'm doing here throughout the day and trying to keep track of data and analyzing it and then making my own trades and so on and so forth becomes very tough going back through data throughout the day. But that's, what something I would throw at you there. Oh, sorry, just a few messages came in. I don't want to look at. All right. But I mean, we could take this. I mean, we're not doing anything else specific right now. Let's do this. Let's just check it out for the balance of this session here. What am I looking for? Duplicate into a free floating window. Let me bring this over. Let me stop it. Let me come into the advanced configure. Flip. Let me make sure that does what I want, though. Here, hide that. So Price stays the same. Bollinger Bands. No, that all looks right. Like that. Now we got to flip the actual race setup. So change from the open, delta value, biggest losers win. And let's go. Let's take a look at what it's going to do here. So give that a second. Let's let that run. And where's my cursor? Just throw up a SPY chart here real quick. And yeah, SPY extra weak, trying to get that rally, and it's just pressed under these moving averages still, and getting kind of double whammied by them. So not a great look. Just give me 1 second here, folks. Give me 1 second. All right. So anybody with questions, fire those away for me, please. I don't have a ton on my mind at the moment as far as the market goes, other than what we've really discussed here. So your questions and interaction will be greatly appreciated. So look at big here, up only 2.6% from the open, 4% from the close. So I had a little bit of a gap up here and moving up along. Got a lot of resistance here, but gets over this 18, might be room to 20. Does it get there today? Highly doubt it, but trying to find those green shoots here in an otherwise sea of red. All right, D. So let's see, we got RADI as a biggest loser winner. And yeah, this looks to be in tough shape here. Not overly liquid on the stock. But wow, what a fall here on this. So ALLY, I believe that's a bank, right? Yeah. That looks terrible. So, well, they're setting up some possible good short opportunities. You've got this kind of formation coming down here, and it just continues to break down. Now, this is a high flyer in the morning, if I'm not mistaken here. All right, I won't say a high flyer. Never mind. I had a little upper shadow here, up to 15, and pummeled since. All right, but it'll be interesting. We'll see what we get over the next couple of minutes here while we're all together. It's just a personal preference. In my charting, I want the multi-period low. In my I don't really want Bollinger Bands for anything. I just use them for finding momentum to one side or the other. On my charting, I want things for support and resistance. I don't really use bands for support and resistance. I don't use bands period in my charting. So they're just different. Not one doesn't present an advantage over another. It's just how I use them personally. That's all. So like I said, looking at this here, when you can see this has made such a big steep run like this on that multi-period low, it's likely that's going to want to take a pause for a little bit here, here's a good example of it. We make a good run, we take a pause. We make a good run, take a pause. Slight tick up, take a long pause, right? So, kind of trying to help identify things that are overextended. But other people on the flip side will say a break of the upper band is an overextension, So you got to kind of take that, with a grain of salt in the sense of how are you using bands? How are you using envelopes? How are you using any kind of indicator? Like I said, I don't, especially on my daily charts, I just don't want anything there. I like to draw lines on them. I like to bust out the drawing tools. I like to zoom back, and then I like to find things that look like this. Look at this. Is it going to come back down and throw back down and test that and then a bounce maybe and try to break these multi-year highs? So that's what that's what I'm looking at there as far as that goes. I like it really simple on my charts. Yeah, Jonathan, it goes back to, talking about last week a little bit, keeping things simple. The more simple I keep them, the better they seem to work out for me, to be honest. And, I've seen people with all kinds of indicators and everything on their charts. And, for all intents and purposes, some of these people I've interacted with, they're pretty good traders, I believe. Excuse me. But my brain gets scrambled when I see too much on the charts. I don't know, maybe sometimes it does put me at a disadvantage. Something on a daily chart is rallying and then it runs into like a declining 200-day average and it gets rejected there. I mean, it'll happen, but, if I'm to stop and look at every single indicator that I could put on there and try to put them into my trading plan, I'd never trade. And that's what happened. It was something that was happening to me for a period of time with a lot of indicators on there. So, I said, I liked that swing one there, showing the smart risk levels. I like this swing exit here. It always seemed to kind of line up to an area that seemed important to me. And, but I wanted to get rid of the shading. I don't like that shading at all. I don't want things on my charts. I just kind of had a battle with this stuff here. I don't like this stuff on my charts up here. I want to remove that. I'd like to remove the buy and sell buttons if I could. I want to remove that thing. I don't want any of that stuff on my charts. This I don't mind up here. That's all right. All the rest of this could go away. I'd be very happy. So that's why, I really try to keep it clean. I don't want anything messing with what I'm doing and what I'm looking at and what I'm thinking. I'll mess with myself all fine on my own. COHR. What happened here? I have no idea. Something bad. Maybe it was a buyout. Not a clue what happened here. I mean, we can right click and send it to the web. So when did that happen? That happened at the beginning of September. So 7 days ago, no, 11 days ago, 20 days ago. Nope. 21 days ago. Nope. 22 days ago. I mean, I don't see anything that tells me what happened here. I got nothing, sorry. Not a clue. Aerospace and defense. Been around a while. Nope, sorry, Lester. I really don't know what happened there. So blue, BLU. This was something that had been strong for a long time, had a very nice trend, breaking that trend now and very handily. Not on a ton of volume, but that's irrelevant at this point. What else is happening here today? That was a big move, breaking out of that 2 for some reason, that 2 level. Now we ask ourselves, where can it go? And, 135, it looks like that high. We weren't too far off of that right there before we ran out of steam on this first pump anyways. We'll see if it can move any more. Not a low float stock. I mean, 83 million in the float. So that's not like a couple of unscrupulous individuals could get that thing running on their own like that. Not saying it's impossible, just saying it's highly unlikely. So again, fire some questions away for me if you have any of them. And the market just continues to really sell off here. Let's SPY taking out low of the day. QQQ is going to do the same. So, I don't like sounding bearish or negative, but I really think we finished the rest of this year really grinding down like this, and it'll be kind of a rough January and February. But I think in January and February, for no particular reason at all, I think maybe we can start to see a bottoming process happen. That's if, and a big if, we can get a little bit of an improvement of the global macro situation here. And I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope we're in the bottoming process now. The issue is, you know, a lot of the stuff that's really kind of taken the market down is still around and very heavy. Obviously, I think CPI numbers get reported this week, if I'm not mistaken. So I suppose that will really shed some light on the next steps here that we take. And the reason why I say with no particular, or my logic or reasoning behind saying we can start the bottoming process in this coming winter is that the market generally is very forward looking, you know, as short as 3 months, as long as 9 months outlook, right? So the market's going to be looking for that change in macroeconomics long before, generally speaking, you or I will, and we'll start to make those adjustments based on an anticipation of better days coming for all that information. You're going to have your bears out there. They're going to always have reasons that we should be going down. You have your bulls that we should always be going up. Well, we know, you know, over the lifetime of market, what it does. So outside of a true apocalyptic event, at some point we turn the corner, and that's just the way that goes. Alrighty. No, I don't use the Brokerage Plus for my stop position. My Brokerage Plus usage is very small now. I do my main trading through Thinkorswim. Brokerage Plus, I have a small account that I use with IB to test Brokerage Plus. I'm not playing with it today at all. Just the simulator. I mean, I've got the simulator connected here. I like Thinkorswim better right now for what I'm doing, and not IB and not Brokerage Plus. But my share sizing is based on what I'm willing to risk per trade and how I share size according to that. You know, so I don't share size the same every time. I risk the same amount of money every time, though. I've never used the wiggle. The wiggle's kind of it can be dangerous from my understanding. I don't know if you read up on it or not, but it has to do with volatility. And again, I'd rather chart it myself, quite personally. So if you haven't looked at that from the user's guide, let me find that for you. So I don't know which wiggle you're using. If you're using this, that's the Brokerage Plus. Okay, so you looked at it, right? Yeah, those inverse ETFs have been pretty solid, unfortunately, all morning there, Peter. You know, here's one SJB, EFZ. Well, I don't have another one popping up right now, but there's SPXU, had just one recently again, just really grinding away here. And so UP as well. You know, the dollar's everything right now. Although, you know, there's a large group of people that believe that the dollar is ready to tank now. You know, Jonathan, I've never tested around with it, so I just don't have any, unfortunately, evidence or data to share with you on that. A long time ago, I messed around with the volatility filter, but I didn't find much success with it. I was using the volatility in percent. Let me find which one I'm talking about here. Sorry, I'm hitting the wrong thing. I didn't want to do that. I want to open a top list. And come to the configure of that and LA. There we go. I was messing around with this for a little while, trying to build some scans. I didn't have much success. I was doing a lot of back testing with it, and I was trying to find stocks that weren't overly volatile, that had a nice trend. It didn't work for me well. And I got a little frustrated with it and gave up after a couple of, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 days messing around with it. This was a couple of years ago. So, make of that what you will. And, to show what it's doing or looking for here, bring over the help thing real quick. And, same thing. It's looking at 15-minute volatility periods, essentially. A lot of kind of technical talk in here. But essentially, you're trying to scan for stocks more or less volatile over these periods. And I don't know. On my back test result, I was really trying to use it for back testing and not as much looking at the actual scan and what it was producing, but the back test results weren't very good or encouraging. And so it kind of just left it to the wayside. Yeah, I'm going to guess Perfect Circle. That was JC that put that out. Yeah, I was looking at that ILAG at 5. I'm guessing you're talking about JC Peretz, and that's usually the magazines, Barron specifically, are a great contrarian indicator, but I don't think it's going to be quite that simple this time. There's a little more going on here right now with that. That's not to say the dollar goes up forever. And I mean, here's the other funny thing about this is if you look at the dollar now compared to the dollar of the 1970s, is actually much weaker right now than it was overall. But everybody else's currency is still much worse than ours because everybody's consistently debasing their currency anyways, but without getting into all that stuff. I saw the same stuff regarding Barron's. Let me see if I can actually find. See if I can find JC's tweet real quick, and I'll bring it over. Here we go. I'll bring over my Twitter here. And so this is kind of what Perfect Circle is talking about here. Is JC Peretz journals finally caught on? Doesn't this look familiar? Last time we saw one of these, dollar peaked a week later. I don't think we're going to see that happen again. Not a week later. At some point it will, but can we line it up with this, having it peak a week after this December one here? We can line it up with that. I mean, if it's 3 months from now, can you really line that up with what happened there? I couldn't, someone else is welcome to make that argument. It won't be me. Yep. Yeah, that's what I figured. So JC's great. Like, JC is great. And definitely some of my longer term stuff that I look on charts and things like that definitely are heavily influenced by JC. The other thing I like about JC is he really keeps it to no nonsense. It's all about data. He makes fun of, whatever when it's going down, and the second it turns to going up, he'll flip the script right away and say, I'm not here to be on one side or the other. I'm here to make money, and that's what JC does. So good, he's, good follow on Twitter for sure, I think. So that's that. But the dollar is everything right now. It really is. And until that changes, that's what we're going to have. So the VXX here kind of moving higher. Hard to make of anything of this. I mean, how do you, the lifetime high is now 315 because of the decay on the charts. When you looked at this a year ago, I think the lifetime high was like 69,000. So it's impossible to do technical analysis on this stuff. Workhorse getting weak. Just give me 1 second, folks. Throw myself on mute really quick, real fast. Sorry, just a message coming in I got to answer. No, sorry about that. Quick pause there. Yeah, big bummer to me with Sean. I really, really like Sean. But that's life. You work with people that are great, and they go, and other great people hopefully come and fill the spot in a successful and meaningful manner. Different, obviously, and that's how it goes, in life. So I got a lot of inverse ETFs coming up. Cold, SPXS again. I think Peter was mentioning that one before. SPXU still. SRS, ultra short real estate. Oof. So I'm going to guess, where's my real estate? So I'm looking for one of the real estate ETFs I like to look at here. Can't think of the actual ticker on it. Here's REITs. That's really not good. No, this doesn't look that bad, actually, this real estate compared to everything else today. Only down 0.5% right now. I've seen worse. All right, so let's look. ILAG continues to plow right through. Now this starts to get a little more interesting, up over 5. And can it reach, can it start to go crazy? Because only 8 million in the float. So quite a move there, actually. And something else was just kind of jumping at me for a second there. Well, IMTX. I got a price alert here. Big whoosh at the open on that sell-off and recovering well here. This is I'm not going to call it no man's land, but where it is right now, it came down and tested this area right here, holding the top of this little rally here, essentially, and then room back to get up over 12 and then some. 800,000 shares traded on today. It's not bad. 6.81 on that relative volume. So, of course, the high of the day will always be a challenge, but interesting nonetheless. Never a fan of that, just from a swing trader standpoint or point of view. PEGY still lighting up some races here and busted through high of the day. So could it take on the high from last Thursday? Because this is Friday here. So this is Thursday here, Wednesday there. It's interesting. Certainly worth noting. But again, look at this. Inverse ETFs down the line here, with the exception of the top two and the bottom. PRVB, this was active on last Friday. Last Thursday too, but last Thursday it gapped up and then kind of just hung around. Friday had a nice move up and has kind of drifted as well. But we talked about it and we said above 7, it could do that, right? So here we are doing it right now. Good liquidity, good volume. And I know while it's a declining volume here, let's keep it in perspective to what it's normally doing anyways. So very nice move here for that. And again, not a huge float, certainly not a small float either. I am, for the day though, currently sitting on my hands. I'm a little sore I didn't take this, but it is what it is. Nothing else stood out to me as wanting to risk any money on it. You had a lot of this going on today. Had that happen. This looks really choppy and sloppy. Not a fan of that. NVAX, started off a couple of strong bars here and then rejected hard, coming to try and get through 18. So not a need to be hero here. ADPN, do I like it? What's it doing? This is tough because it's sitting here running sideways now. And the longer it runs sideways like this, up 70% from the open and 74%, or up 70% from the close and 74% or 74.5% from the open, you know, you're going to start to look at people salivating to kind of shut the door on a short side here of it. I'm not a fan of it right now like this. And that, you know, I say that and then it could probably jump, but you got a $2 stock that's already up, you know, 90 cents. And you're going to run into all sorts of resistance through here, right? All sorts of resistance all the way up through here. So, you know, where do you want to ride this to and what are you going to risk? You know, I guess if you want to stick a hard stop at 2 and you're hoping to maybe ride it up to, let's say, 240 maybe. All right, you know, it gives, it's technically it's an okay risk to reward ratio. I'm just not feeling it here with these big topping shadows like this. So for me, it's a no. I will not be trading this today. Most likely not. Well, let's call it a 94% chance I will not be trading this today. No promises. Before the last couple of 15-minute bars here did this, I was more of a fan when it was looking like this, like it had caught this 8 EMA and might try to push up on high a day here, but it keeps getting rejected off this level right here. This level seems to be a real big challenge for it with that declining volume. But I would say, you know, set a price alert wherever you think a price alert belongs. Make a plan now. If I want to get in it, where do I think I'm wrong that I'm putting my stop to get out? If I'm right, where do I think I'm putting a tentative target to start to peel out of shares if I'm right? Because for all we know, with the 12 million float, not a lot of other action today. There's going to be day traders looking for something active. So they may, you know, people may find it as some relative strength that it held up, and all of a sudden at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock, whatever it is, you might find the volume come back into the buy side. But for right now, as it stands right now, I have no interest in it. When we get to the later part of the day, if some volume starts to come into it, it starts to make a move, that could change my mind, of course, there, Lester. Thanks, Mookie. What are you asking here? A few minutes. What's the benefit of using change from open versus change from close? So with change from open, if something gaps down and it reverses and I'm scanning based on change from open, I'm going to see it. If I'm scanning based on strength of change from close, if something gaps down and reverses, I'm not going to see it until it gets, you know, way up above wherever it closed for that strength. So that's for me what I'm looking at from change from open and change from close essentially. So I just like to use it so I make sure if anything gaps down, I still get a good view on it. What does bullish sideways look? Bullish sideways would look more like the volume hasn't declined, hasn't dropped off a cliff like this here. Number one, I want to see less topping shadows and less bottoming shadows. And I don't want to see moving averages start to curl over. See, it's curled over here. It's curling over here now, right? I want to see them, if they're going to flatten, I want to see at least maybe a pop and then, you know, maybe a flat and a pop and then a flat, not a curl and then a flat and a curl and a flat. That indicates weak to me. Again, that doesn't mean the stock's going to sell off. All I'm saying is right now at this time, for me, it's a no. Again, if we pick up some volume here, if we pick up some interest here, we can run sideways and not continue to bang lower like this, that will make me more interested than I currently am. That's tricky. Yes, it matters, but not always. Because you could have, let's say you've got like you've got a candle that's just slightly red like this, but it's got a big volume bar. And so now that ends up being a red volume bar, right? And then you get the next candle that's just slightly green and it's a bigger volume bar of green. Well, is this going to make me concerned? No, because if the price had still been trying to trend up, but you just happen to put in a red candle for whatever reason with that volume, then I'm not as concerned about it being red. But if we look at a SPY chart on a daily chart, then it is concern. Like, look at this, all right? Bigger than the green, 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 right? So does it matter? Sometimes. It matters more than not, but I couldn't give you a percentage. It doesn't matter 51% of the time more than not. Does it matter 1,000% more than, 75% more than not? That I don't, that I couldn't say. Interesting. So, all right, let's look at a few of these winners here before Barry comes back in. And these are the winners from the losers race, right? So, it's looking pretty decent here, what we're showing off so far. And some of these won a bit ago. So GDS probably won back here somewhere. We're running sideways now. FSLY, probably won back here somewhere. Selling off continued. Oh, no, this isn't top 10. Let's not do it by top 10. Sorry, show all winners. That's wrong. So RADI was our first winner of losers. Continue to sell off nicely. HRTX next, selling off very nicely. So, looks so far, but we've got the entire market on our side right now. I mean, SPY's now making new yearly lows again. The Qs and everybody else as well. So, from when these came through, most of these are lower at this point. But, again, rising tide lifts all boats, sinking ship, holes in the boat sink everybody, I guess. We got a lot of holes in the boat right now. I mean, again, look at this relative strength from the open scan. With the exception of LLAP, literally everything is a inverse ETX. Now we got ZTR in here. So, but again, there's the Qs making new yearly lows. There's your June low. We're a good bit down below that. SPY is going to be no different. No, SPY hasn't made new yearly lows yet. So the Q is weaker than the SPYs. So we got 57 to do that here. 57.04. And our low of the day so far is 58.46. So we're banging through low of the days here because it was made on this candle already. All right. Just continuing to look weak, unfortunately. But, well, let's take a look at a few things here. So IMTX, I got a price alert for that. Here, bring this price alerts window over. So here we go. We run into or run out of steam so far on this one here, and that declining volume again doesn't bode well. KNSA came right up and got rejected off recent highs right here. Not a ton of liquidity in that either. IMUX is run up, rejected off 6 a few times now. And you got on the 5-minute chart, averages trying to curl under and back over, or over and back under. So we'll see here, but it's now pinned in between those two here. Now this one's a little different when it comes to the volume, because we had this volume up, volume down, volume up, volume down. So might be a little more interest as we get into the later part of the day. We can get up over 6, looking at the 630 area, give or take, looking left. So there's still room here if it can get over 6 to the left. 24 million on the float, so nothing too crazy. And this just completely collapsed. Look at that. Now this is a time where that red bar is going to mean a lot. Those red volume bars, I'm going to guess that's done, but interesting level if it holds from here at that 450 where it's going to line up. But if we look back at this day here, nope, got up over that. So I guess just over 5 people want to take that profit. And again, 8 million in the float. You're going to find a lot of people that saw this move up and decided this was that they'd had enough. You're going to come in and short that thing. PEGY, I'm trying to fight here. Got these moving averages. Came and touched here, essentially. A little burst off of there, but again, the volume was declining right up until here. Better illustrated on the 5-minute chart there. I don't know. This flipped relative strength from the open looks like it might be the way to go, and I might actually keep this up and watch it for the rest of the day and use it tomorrow possibly. Go through a few more of these. So AVDX looks good here. It's banging on 13. If this can break below 13, again, not a ton of volume in some of these. I'd like to see more volume. It breaks below 13. $12.50 doesn't seem unreasonable. No, that must have been Andy looking at above all those moving averages. I wouldn't look at that. I think you were either that was Andy or Steve. I don't look at moving averages like that. But they would tell you trend and strength essentially. Every indicator is about trend. They're just lagging, and every indicator is lagging. That's all. Every indicator lags price with the exception of volume. So, but when you've got, when you start to get moving averages, so if let's say I was at 200 and it's moving like this, and then you've got, let's say the 50 and it's moving like this, and you've got the 20 and it's moving like this, that's showing you strength in the trend. Can that strength be sustained? No, there's no predictability of it. But, on a retest of, that 20, someone might consider that to be an entry with, a test of the 50 as their exit, for example. Just giving examples of possible trading ideas and strategies here. And someone else might say, break of the 20 to the 50, that might be where I want to enter with the rising 200 as my stop. And then getting back to the 20 might be my exit, as my upside. So, different ways to look and use those averages. No right or wrong. what high number to see on a short float. I don't know. Some people consider anything above 10% to be a significant short float. Others, 15. I think when you start to get 15 or higher, I'd consider it, notable on the short float. Oh, Peter, also, I know you have an email in there. I asked Michael about a 30-minute strategy or whatever he was talking about. And he said he was just talking about, scanning in general. And then on the charts, seeing it break 30 minutes on the charts. He has no specific scan for that. I went through them. I thought maybe it was a Market Explorer scan. And so I went through here and there's nothing like that on the Market Explorer. It's just him talking about looking through different scans and, happening to notice those 30-minute breakouts as far as that goes there, Peter. I am here. I don't hear you. Why don't I hear you? But I heard you before. Did I mute this somehow? No, not muted. Audio. Audio's working. Strange. All right, if you can hear me, Barry, you want to take over? They don't hear you either, Barry. But your microphone's not muted. Because I'm looking at your microphone right now on the back end of StreamYard, and it's not muted.
All right, one more time. One more time. How's that?
You're in. Can you hear me?
I'm in. Okay, yes, I do hear you. All right.
Sorry, just telling the meeting I have to now go to and listen to that I'll be late a minute.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chris.
You got it, Barry. All right.
Oops, you took me out.
There you go. You're in.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later,
Bye.
Barry. See ya.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. And just give me a moment. All right. So yeah, that the I like trig worked out okay, guys. What I haven't really harped on a lot though is the fact that when you get into these sort of trades, where they have very low float, highly speculative, I'm not even sure. I guess I don't even know if there's news about this one. But the bottom line is this, is that, yeah, wonderful, 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 but you cannot wander away from your computer, okay? Look at that giant red bar. I mean, this, I was saying, maybe take this trade or not take the trade. Be aware of it when it takes out that 450, 445, 450 mark. And when it did that, I mean, it went basically straight up to 525, which is an awesome percentage increase. However, look what's happened since then. So that's all I'm saying. You get into these, they're wonderful on the way up, but look what can happen on the way down. You just can't wander away from your computer. And you guys are talking about RADA, RADA. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to pass something on to our support. Okay, now the other one, of course, was that finger, and the finger is still kind of hanging around. One of the things I like to do is to have the max P&L and the 2-day P&L columns, okay? And the max P&L tells me how much could I made max, still being all shares in the trade, and if I could have got out somehow the very, very top, the very top penny, versus what did happen when I got out of the trades. So you can see right there, for instance, on the finger, FNGR, at one point I was up 162, and now I'm down 41. I mean, that's not the end of the world, but I probably, I would probably be taking profit on something like this if as it starts drifting down to a break even. So it's a good idea just to keep an eye on your max P&L and your today P&L, and to really, it shows you how good are your exits. Another thing here, look at the distance from the exit price for ILAG. Uh, from where I actually exited, I guess maybe I don't know if it's the average of the two, because I did exit it. I took out half and then I took out the last half. It's 41 cents under. That's what you want to see, of course, because you get out of a trade that you went long on. You want to see that it's way under where you got out, which then you can say to yourself, "Ooh, good exit." Okay, as opposed to a big giant positive number, which you might say, "Man, I got out too soon." So again, you're starting out trading. These are two good columns to keep track of all day long. Okay, so it was the last exit. Yeah, well, you're right. 480 was my last exit. You're absolutely right, Calvin. I wasn't sure. I don't typically take half out or a percentage out. I just wanted to do it because I had a few shares of this. It was over 1,100 shares, and so. But you're absolutely right. I just have to actually just look at the exit price, and there it is, 40 cents, 440. Yes. Now, so look at RATA. I know RATA was showing up somewhere, but ah, so the volume is now picking up. That's why I was wondering, why isn't RATA showing up here? Um, because the volume is now at 377,000. And obviously when it was doing this, it wasn't at 200. Billy, not asking for trading advice, but for a symbol with no current support. You're looking at Billy? Yeah, well, you're right, because I mean, it's basically an all-time low. Well, I guess there are a few things. I mean, how you can do things like that is create create risk reward areas. Okay, a 1 for 2, a 1 for 3, a 1 for 4, etc. So I don't know what your risk was. Let's just say it was 20 cents. Okay, so I don't know what, if you got in here at 1366 and your risk was 20 cents at 1386, that means you were before I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2. Okay. In other words, if I'm going to risk in this particular one, I'm just using this as an example. If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I have to be able to look at the chart and say, yeah, I could make 40 cents on this. Doesn't mean I'm going to, but I could. And then after that, so you could put a line, like a horizontal line, one of our, just right click and on the markup and a horizontal line. So you could put that at your 1 for 2. Then after that, you could put another one at a 1 for 3, because now that would be 20 cents. Every 20 cents would represent another RR, or risk reward, right? Remember, if we're risking 20 cents, we have to be able to make at least 40 cents. Doesn't mean you're going to, but you have to have an expectation of it. And then after that, 60 cents would be a 1 for 3. 80 cents would be a 1 for 4. So you can start marking up on your charts those lines. That can give you a bit of a gauge. So if you hit your 1 for 2 as an example, and then it's starting to approach the 1 for 3, but then it comes back up and starts touching that 1 for 2, I probably would get rid of some. Okay, probably get rid of some. Because I don't want to see it come all the way back to where in this case, for you, where you shorted it. And so you kind of play from within all those little risk reward areas, as it's kind of jockeying around. Now, other people might look at a 10 SMA, the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Okay, that's that blue line, or an 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, or the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Take your pick, and as long as it doesn't go through it, maybe you stay in the trade. See, there's no right or wrong way. The other thing I'd be doing, of course, is watching is the stock tracking the market quite a bit. Again, this is in general. So I'm watching the market to see what it's doing. Always watching. Got to pay attention. So you could use moving averages, or you could put those risk reward lines right on the chart. And as it starts approaching, if it's in between two of them, then just really keep an eye and see what's happening. Implied volatility from Sahib. The only thing, I'm sure you've probably done a search on volatility. Oops. Yeah, so I don't even know. You'd have to look at the definitions of these. This is the volatility percent and dollars, and have you actually looked at the definitions? I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. So here's the definition of our volatility. So if that works for you, then we have it. I'm just reading the definition, 15 minutes, 15-minute charts. So Aja is saying we do have it, but okay. So if we don't have it here, then then you've obviously looked at this. I don't think there are any plans. Oh, we don't have that. Okay. So we don't have it, and I don't think there are any plans, to be honest. Certainly not in the near future. This is more to do with option trading. Okay, yeah. We're, get the question a lot about options, but we don't scan for options as such. So, but if you want, you can always send an email, support@trade, coming from the customers, a lot more powerful than my talking to the company, believe it or not. Support@trade-ideas.com, and just ask about implied volatility, any plans. All right, now let's take a look at, so here's this top 10 list. So for instance, take a look at AMV as an example. It won 4 races. Look what it's doing now. So this is what I'm trying to say, guys. If you're new to trading, this is a watch list created for you. You don't have to do anything, okay? It's obviously ranked by the number of times the stock won a race over the course of the day. So you look at AMV and you might think, well, it's sitting at 2065 right now. Maybe if it can break out over 2021 on some volume, that might get it going again. What did it get up to? It got up to $24. Just as an example, okay? I'm not saying, do this one or anything like that, but that's how I look at, anything that's on this top list. Just because it hasn't won a race in a while, or you don't even see it, moving up and down. It doesn't mean that it's completely dead. It just means that maybe it's just pausing. Maybe it's going to pause for the rest of the day. Maybe it'll do nothing, but we don't know. So you just click on the alert. And if you see an area that if it took that out, I want to know about it, put your price alert there. Oh, I should get rid of my message. Oh, I know. Well, Sava, I mean, I can say I'm kicking myself, but oh, are you now talking on the bounce? I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about on the, yeah, because I was talking about this one a lot earlier. If it took out 36, and it had all sorts of room underneath, and the next thing holding it up might be that 32, the 200-day. But this looks weak. I mean, yeah, it's had a little pop up here. Yeah, yeah, under consolidation. So that's what Real is talking about. Under consolidation, boom, down. Ooh, look at OFC, guys. OFC. Look at the room it's got, 23, almost 24. So it's got about $1 to the next high looking left on the daily chart. And this is starting to run here for some reason. What's the float on this one? It's not a low float, 111 million in the float. I'm talking about OFC. Really interesting. Look at the, has about $1. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to move $1. I'm just saying, well, the next high, not quite $1, 23.87. V-Ray, haven't seen V-Ray for a while. The other thing too, guys, you don't have to wait for a stock to get to the top, okay? If you see something starting to move, especially if you see a stock And if you've been, following your race most of the day, you probably say to yourself, "Hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen V-Ray at all today." Okay, so you click on it, just click on it and see what's happening. So you can kind of see that. What's the high right there? It's 388. I mean, but this is preventing me from taking the trade, though. I mean, I look left and all sorts of action between 385 and 4. It just makes it so I won't take the trade. But of course, I can't know that unless I click on the alert and check the chart. Well, this FNGR finger is actually sort of slowed down a bit. I mean, if it can hang here at this 820 level for a while, I mean, the high today was up here, 849, but I think this is the big attraction over here, 941. That's the next high, other than the today's intraday high, 941, 936, sorry. Here's another one. Look at the Novavax. I mean, again, you can kind of see what it's trying to do. NVAX. If it can maintain with some volume, I'd love to see some volume coming in to keep propping this up, but it did get up to what, 1830 or some 1750. So it's trying. So all I'm doing is just checking these ones from these two races. All right, I want to make sure this is working because 17 seconds left. I want to see that Peggy, Peggy, as long as no other stock takes over. Ah. Okay, looks like, yeah, okay. I wanted to see Peggy win because it's not on this, well, it is on this list here, but I wanted to make sure that it was the last winner, but definitely was the last winner. Look at Nutanix, guys. Look at NTNX. What a drop under 20 if that happens. NTNX, I mean, this is on the way down. I mean, the next low looking left for Nutanix, NTNX, is 1838. So, I mean, it's got some room underneath 20 if it can take out 20 in a big way. And that's the NTNX. NTNX. S's and X's are. Oh, Sahib, I'm sorry. I just see your question now. Okay. Okay, there's my homepage link. So somebody asked for my scans. So again, just generally, if you're looking for my scans, these two scans here, I do have some other scans, but these are the ones I pay attention to. So if you go to my homepage, go to the scan section. Okay. And then here's my scans. Click here. Here are my scans. So here are the two races right here. And again, my race is not the be those two races, they're not the be all and the end all. Okay. That's what I like to see. Remember, a race is always started from a top list window. And you can create your own top list window with your own price range, your own minimum volume. Maybe you want to put a relative volume in. You can create your own race from whatever top list window you want. You can also create a race just from stocks that you like. Okay, when you click on that heart, it automatically goes into, think of it like a watch list. It goes into a watch list, and you can attach the watch list to a top list window, and then you can just monitor the stocks that you like to follow, for instance, in a race format. And that's what I've done here. My like symbols, all I've done, in order to have a stock liked, all you have to do is click on the heart. Okay, you just click on the heart. So if I click on the heart, now it is a liked symbol, and it automatically goes into a watch list or a symbol list that we call my liked. My like personal, okay? This is created automatically for you. You don't have to create it. It just automatically is created for you. And then all you have to do, if that's what you want to do, is you just create a top list and then attach the symbol list to it. My like symbol list to it. And then what it'll do, and if somebody wants more information, just ask me. I'm just kind of going over in general what you can do. Then you can just monitor the stocks that you like. So I just flattened out of the that finger trade and should have got out way earlier. Okay, remember now, this isn't a simulator. That's why you've got to be paying attention. I would hope it makes sense that you should not allow something that you were up $162 in to be down 159. Basically, a $300 reversal, $320 reversal. Okay, you shouldn't allow that, obviously. Now, the other thing is keep an eye on the GGE. I mean, the GGE is one that I took in the simulator, took myself out of the trade, but it's hanging over this $2 mark. You got up to 225. It's starting to run right now. You'd like to see it maybe a little some volume. So if you have a 5-minute chart up, you might want to see the volume on it. And again, the attraction of this is because of this that happened on Friday. It got up to 284. And it's, more or less traded on its own. I mean, is that giant bar right there? Let's see, I'm just trying to see if it's more or less been kind of trading on its own. This is a China stock. Let's take a look at KWeb right now. Yeah, I mean, KWeb is still, down, and I mean, this is up 28%, where most of the China stocks are all down. So, Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I know a lot of people would probably just want to follow their own, say, pet stocks, and that's fine. You can create a symbol list on your own. You know, you don't have to use the my like. The my like is a great on the fly way to do it. To me, the reason why you want to be following a stock, in my opinion, anyways, because you like the chart or something like that. It's I mean, look, I guess there's nothing wrong by saying, well, I like Apple. I like to follow Apple. I don't care what the charts look like. I want to follow Apple. I want to follow these stocks. I don't care what the charts look like. That's fine. Me, I always want to follow stocks because I like what the charts look like. Now, the other thing is, you know, you should, in my opinion anyway, you should go through. So this is my like right here, okay? And you know, I had this done 2 weeks ago, and I really, you know, I didn't do anything obviously last week. But what I'll do is, at the end of the day, I'm going to go over every one of these. I'll just click on the symbols, and I'll see, do I want to keep liking it? If I don't, like, take a look at AMPX. Now, AMPX was, you know, a bit of a stranger case because of what was happening over the last few well, couple of weeks, I guess. So if I look at this and go, you know what, that's it for me in AMPX, then I go to the heart and I uncheck it. So to get rid of something in your my like, you just uncheck the heart. But I think the exercise really should be to go through and determine for yourself, do I want to keep liking it? If I do, fine, move on to the next one. And you know, you don't want to have a list of five. First of all, I think there's a max of 500 that we put. You know, you shouldn't have hundreds of stocks that you like. At the very least, I think on the weekend you could go through the list and just, you know, start to pair it. Either add some that are you know, better now, or that you like, and get rid of the ones that don't make any sense anymore. In that way, that's going to really teach you how to read charts too. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So GGE, well, I'm in the high of the day is 225. It's a low float, another China stock. Well, not another. This is the one. This is kind of the one. Look at this. I mean, look at it go, guys. Volume's coming in too. Volume's starting to come in. Other things you'll always be aware of is, you know, have your chart, and well, if I bring up a big 15-minute chart, you'll see what I'm talking about. So look at the volume that's coming in, okay? I mean, if the volume was just this and it was doing this, you know, it was moving, you'd say, well, I mean, can it be sustained? But there's obviously some enthusiasm coming back for this. And the question I get a lot of times is, well, what volume are you looking for? It's not the number. It's in relation to previous candles. Okay. So it's not the actual number I'm looking for, but I want to see something that's standing out. You know, for the last hour and 15 minutes or so, you know, there's been some volume. Don't get me wrong, there's volume, but all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the volume is coming back in. We see some times in which out of nowhere, and that's why I was saying earlier that out of nowhere, you could see a stock that just starts to run. Haven't seen it all day long. And when you click on the alert, you'll see a huge volume spike. Probably could even be like the biggest of the day. All right, guys, let's see. Well, yeah, this finger has been a real bear to try to intraday trade anyway. So it's trying to come back again, FNGR, but it has really been a tough one to intraday trade. All right, now silver is trying to come back. Okay, but again, another, in my opinion, very difficult intraday trader, but it is trying to come back, maybe getting over three. It did get up to what, 375 earlier. You just have to be so aware though. I mean, some of these, if you're new to trading, I'd be shying away from something like this because when you look at this daily chart over the last whatever week and a half, topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart, topping tails, bottoming tails. It means at one point, yeah, guys were excited about it, and then they get knocked down, excited, knocked down, and then sometimes you get the selling, and then buyers come in. So I mean, it's really, really difficult. Now, in this particular case, there's a little bit of a pullback, and now it's starting to run, but I don't see the volume. I'd love to see a big volume bar. It did have some news today, and the news, it's sort of eye-catching, something to do with New York City, and you have to know what these guys do. Some kind of I'll call it a breathalyzer device. Here's the AR, guys. I mentioned this one a little earlier. I mentioned this earlier. Excuse me, watching to see if XLE was doing the same thing, kind of the same thing. Yeah. So, another tip for those starting out, you want to get into a sector like energy. It's good to see what is the sector doing, or sorry, a stock that is in the energy sector. Well, what is its sector doing? Is it is it doing the same thing? Is it running counter to it? Or so look at XLE, and here's that green bar, and look at AR as an example. I'm just as an example. Look at this green bar. Okay. The SPY, of course, is moving higher. Pick a deal, runner. Yeah, it's good to be back. GGE is not shortable for me. I don't think you have either, blue collar. I don't see any at Interactive Brokers now anyway. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, this, what time is it? 1:41. So this almost 1:42. This has 3 minutes to close, and this could eclipse the actual high volume bar of the day. Looks like it's going to, which was at 11:45. I think a lot of times, especially for new traders, but hey, even old traders, you know, when they look at things and think, man, look at this breakout of consolidation. But if it's not breaking out, I'm not saying this is consolidation, but you know, in typical, you'll see a stock that looks like it's consolidating. You've been waiting for a break and it breaks, and you think, great, I'll take it. But then you look, and then afterwards it comes right back down. You wonder, well, why did that happen? Well, when you look at the volume, it didn't break out at any volume. Now, there's no guarantee, of course, just because a stock is doing this on this big volume, that it's going to, you know, break out in a huge way. There's no guarantee. And there's no guarantee that, you know, just because if a stock starts breaking out and there's little volume, doesn't mean it will stop. But I don't know. I just like to put the odds in my favor. A breakout with some volume associated with it usually can mean a bit of a sustained breakout. All right, guys, DMTK, why I don't like it? I know it's it was on the leaderboard somewhere here, but I just look left and I just think there's too much resistance, so I just shy away from it. You look, the APDN is still, it's been a real struggle to get through too in a big way. I don't think I've seen this one today. VCSA. So just click on it and see. Oh man, some of these look so ugly to me anyway. On the 15-minute chart, they're just chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Very, very, very hard to, you know, get a sense of a great trend for me. I didn't look at, I know I talked about OFC earlier. What does it do now? Yeah, wow. Well, it said it had, I can't remember at what point. I think it was at this point. I was waiting maybe for a 23 break, had the room looking left. I just pointed out an opportunity. Okay. I cannot take everything that I see, of course. I'm kind of going through opportunity after opportunity. 2387. Yeah. I mean, 2387, there's your next high. So if you took this one on the 23 break, hey, you're sitting okay right now, and the market is helping you. I mean, this is definitely a market related stock. You can look at the candles and look what's happening. Green candles, 15-minute OFC, green candles, SPY. Oh, so there's your reason. The Russian Foreign Ministry says Russia is open for diplomacy. Okay. I'm sure we can all believe that, but okay. Market's reacting to that. Okay. Okay. Well, this one has been active, not so much well, the last few weeks, but boy, look at Allo here, guys. ALLO. And the high looking left on Friday was 1220. It's at 1070 right now. See some volume come in. It's not a low float, 78 million. I don't know if there's any, there is some news. I mean, Oppenheimer started coverage. Yeah, why not? Put a price target of 32, 32 for ALLO. All right, guys, 148. I'm just going to put the test drive link in again, talk a little bit about the test drive that's coming up. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Now, please listen carefully. If you sign up for, first of all, it'll cost $11.11. Okay, you'll have access to the premium service, everything except for auto trading. All right, no auto trading. It doesn't start until the 17th. So it's the 17th to the 31st, which I believe is 11 trading days. Okay, so it starts on Monday. So if you sign up right now, you are pre-registering. You're not getting data until live data until the 17th. You'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can, for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday, you can at least take a look at the getting started and the user guide just to understand about what Trade Ideas is all about. Especially if you're, some of you, you have an idea, but now you want to take the test drive, but some have no idea. So remember, it is a software program, so there is a bit of a learning curve. So again, it starts on the 17th for live data. You're pre-registering if you do it right now. It'll cost $11.11. If you are a standard subscriber and you want to try it, get upgraded to the premium version, you can do so also for the $11.11. Oh, look at this SPY. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to believe. Nothing for you to do. Okay? Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. You don't have to call our support people and say, okay, the test drive is over. Please unsubscribe me. Okay, so when it's over, it's over. The other thing is we do not put you into a subscription. Okay, you don't have to worry about that either. Again, when it's over, it's over. Obviously, if you want to take out a subscription afterwards, it'd be a nice promo code, etc. But so it's a good opportunity to try us out. We only do this about 4 times a year. Okay, so that is the test drive. Oh, it wasn't Russia bashing, Mihal. Listen, any news that comes out about any stuff, I mean, it's hard to know what to believe. Okay, so I wasn't trying to single out Russia. What we can do is say, let's hope. QTRX, guys, QTRX. The only reason I even see this, I happen to have this thumbnail, sort of a hangover from a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, so GGE. So there you go. I mean, there was no guarantee, even though that was the biggest volume bar of the day, there was no guarantee that it was just going to explode and maybe challenge that high Friday for the GGE. No guarantee, but did have a pretty good move from 2 to what, 230. I mean, remember this one. I mean, the SCPH, big news in the pre-market, right? Got up to what, 623? I'm not even sure what the news was. Announces FDA approval of the first and only self-administered subcutaneous, etc. Seem pretty good, right? Down 22% now. And again, who knows how much money they can make from this, doing this. That's why, you cannot get seduced by a press release thinking, see comments all the time. Hey, this had good news. How come it's moving down? Market doesn't like it. You can't fight the market. You can call the market stupid. People are stupid for selling, whatever. Well, you might be right, but boy, look at Dice here, guys. Did I ever see Dice before? Dice, all-time high now. Dice, D-I-C-E, is that right? No, 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 no. Wrong. Sorry. 10-day range. I'm not sure I ever really saw Dice before. D-I-C-E, a lot of volume coming in. So again, you might look at this and go, well, I'm not going to chase it right now. I mean, it's gone from 22.29 over $1 back up to 23.40. You might look at this. I'm looking left here. I see the next high is 23.61. I mean, that could stall it. As crazy as it sounds. I mean, one little tick high up here on a topping tail. I mean, I don't know how many shares are traded up there, but that could stall it. So maybe you look at this and go, well, I wouldn't mind this though, but maybe wait for a pullback. And how you play pullbacks, I mean, I can't tell you, but you might, if you pull back to a certain level, maybe to a certain moving average, maybe you've got a favorite moving average that if it pulled back to it, you want to know about it. So you just put a price alert there. If it happens, our price alerts are really easy to use. And it's just a matter of, you go to a chart. And if I wanted to put a price alert at, well, I'm going to show you. I want to maybe create one immediately. See if this hits 23.42, and I'll show you what I mean. And I'll even bracket it a bit just so I can get one almost immediately. Okay, that should happen. So I've just bracketed that. So, a little bit under or a little bit over. Well, I would pick one that's just not going to move. There we go. Okay, so you see what happened. Put a price alert underneath that price. There was the alert price at 23.38. But more importantly, notice how my price alert screen popped up on my my price alert window popped up on my screen. Okay. And why that happened? Because I minimized my price alert window. And the price alert window is here. If you click on new from a toolbar and then price alerts window, this is the window that will pop up. Of course, if you've never used it before, it'll be blank. But in my opinion, the best way to use it is to create your price alert and then minimize the window. And then when you get an alert, this window will pop up on your screen. So it's not going to take up any screen space at all. You can put a sound alert on it also, so that if you happen to be away from your computer and you have a wireless headset, you can hear the alert. And the whole idea of our price alerts or our sound alerts is to have a different sound alert on the different windows that you're using. So when you do hear a sound, a specific sound, you know which window to look at. In this particular case, this is just going to pop right up on your screen. And now the next exercise, then you just click on the alert. And then you check to see, okay, how's it trading? Is it something I want to take right now? I was really trying to show, if it pulled back to a certain level, the same thing. It would have popped up in your screen. You click on it, you check to see what it's doing. Is it, so I mean, there's a great tool that we've got. We didn't invent price alerts, but it's so simple to use. And there's dice now. Dice hit on the upside, briefly, obviously. It touched the outside and then or upside, and then it came right back down. Lucy, Lucy had a big day on Friday. Got up to 361. Big sell-off though. I mean, it got up to 361 and it closed at 260. I mean, that's a big percentage drop from the high. I don't know probably obviously it had some news of some sort. It wasn't around, of course, but it had some news. I mean, this is another one. It's too bad that to me there looks like there's some resistance not that far away. LLAP, another one that I don't think it showed up. It hasn't showed up at all. Oh, I guess it did. Okay, it had won one race before. I guess it just won the last race. And LLAP, and I'm looking here. To me, it looks like there's too much resistance right around 240. I mean, if I can get through 240, I mean, 416 is a real fantasy area up here for LLAP. And you know what? All I saw was on it. I think it won the last race, but I think even before it was winning the race at the end, I just clicked on the symbol. So I probably would have seen it about right here at 224. Zach is shorting Airbnb. So you can kind of see that these sort of stocks here don't really care what the overall market's doing. And the market's been very choppy again today. We had a nice little move pre-market. And we had the big sell-off, then a little pop, another sell-off, and now this big, giant selling coming in. Boy, not only did SCPH lose that big high in the pre-market of 621, he's at an all-time low now. Man, I'm just waiting. Well, Barry, how come it got FDA approval? How can that happen? All right, guys, just kind of looking at some of these ones that are. So William, SCPH. Any analysis on that one? I mean, the market is basically doing the analysis for us. Okay. Yeah, no, no pressure ever. I see. Seen this one for a bit. I guess it did not. It held, kind of held these big gains. Had a lot of news about it, of course, back here. Then it just dropped and had a nice run. But this one is getting thumped also. Well, it's had a bit of a pullback or a pull up. BHVN. Yeah, Poe is a very good dip trader. Tries a lot of them. Take a look at iLag. Yeah, maybe 4 is going to hold it. The same premise before. I mean, if it really gets rocking again and it takes out that 440 level, I mean, it could have another shot later. Get some volume though. Volume. QGen. Let's take a look at QGen. Price range I normally trade, but let's take a look. Yeah, this could halt. No kidding. So there's your news. I think somebody might have posted that already. So Biorad talks to combine with QIGen. Just checking, watching the time and sales on this as it's continues to sell around that same price. Okay, thank you, William. Bio hates this, or wow, this is really rocking though. You're right. This looks like, I mean, it's amazing it hasn't been halted already. But again, it's a program that kicks in. And if you look technically at it, the next high is 46, and then you've got the 200-day moving average at 47, just on a technical basis. Certainly a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers has 1.5 million, so there's certainly a lot of shorts available. All right, looks like fingers done for the day anyway. FNGR, just kind of looking at this one, not shortable for me, and well, maybe it's not done. Again, another bottoming tail. At that point, that was a red candle right down there. I thought, okay, this is done. Well, here's another one that's kind of getting thumped here. The CSAN, SCAN. It just showed up on my 10-day daily break. Excuse me, 10-day daily breakdown. So it's underneath that whole number. Oh, I didn't even realize it's actually an AI alert also. Wondering why this 1201 was there. Well, I mean, let's take a look left, and what do we see? Yeah, actually, there's some. Looks like there's a little bit of room underneath this one. Just not sure where the next low is. No, it's okay. This is kind of crazy. I don't think there's any support for this. I don't know if this was a symbol name change or what the heck happened here. Hard to believe that this is in 21. Hard to believe that it jumped. Maybe anything's possible, I suppose, but I don't think there's very much support for this CSAN, guys. I know. I just realized it was an AI alert a long time ago, 1057 at 1201 price wise. And it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right here at 1188. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, see if it just inches its way down. The Brazilian stock, I typically don't do very much. What do they do? Retail? Oh no, they produce sugar and ethanol. So it's an energy play, I guess. We have to put a sound alert, okay, Patrick? So I'm going to show you in the guide where it is. I mean, I'll show you specifically for that one. But the reason I always want to talk about the guide is because it's a good reference because you may forget what I say. So if you go to my guide, oh, you found it in the guide, okay? How to create a sound alert, okay? So it's finding my price alerts. So all my price alerts, so on my window, I just right click and then click on actions. Here's my price alert window, click on actions and then check that play sound. Yeah, it's the first step is actions. And then check that play sound and then set up the sound. And you can have one of them text to speech if you want. So if you want, you'll hear a female voice reading out the symbol. Otherwise, and I say one because I mean the whole idea of the sound alert, so you put a different sound alert on the different windows so you know which window to look at. If they were all text to speech, you'd have no idea which window to look at, of course. So use the custom sound and then click on select. And then these are 3 folders: Mad Money, Voice Number 1, and Web. 3 folders that have some sound alerts in them. And when you do that, if you left click on one of them, so it gets highlighted, and then you open it, and then play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that window. Okay? So I think we have enough to satisfy everybody. Let me know if that worked for you, Patrick. Do I have CSAN shorts available? The answer is yes. 191,000. 191,000 at Interactive Brokers, yes. All right, let's see. So remember a long time ago, it seems like years ago, we had the news about some kind of a cyber attack on U.S. Airline websites, and so this caused CYRN. I mean, I'm joking a little bit. That was at 11:15, or I guess 11 o'clock Eastern time. We had this big pop up here, cybersecurity stock, and now back down. Well, I'm just saying, Patrick, to have. Okay, no, I mean, I have to understand what you mean. 5 alerts in the price alerts window. Oh, no, no, within the window itself, you're going to know, yes, because, well, one of the things I always do is I sort on the trigger time column. Okay. So if I get a sound alert, yeah, it's always going to be the same. All I was saying is that you should have a different sound alert in the different, for instance, these windows here. Okay. I have a little grunt sound here, the little oinks. So when a stock is appearing here, like it just did, okay, I hear like oink, oink, oink. Okay. So I don't have to stare at this. I don't have to, when I hear that sound, I don't have to figure out, wow, I wonder what alert window that happened from. Okay. I just know that it's from this one. Now it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same sound every time I get an alert in this window. That's fine. And it's the same thing with the price alerts. But what I do also is I sort on the triggered time. I have a triggered time column. So I sort on that. So what will happen is the latest price alert will show up right at the top. I mean, in theory, you don't need a price alert. You don't need a sound alert on the price alert window if you're staring at your screen, because it's going to pop up on the screen for you. It's just, for me, it's just an additional way I won't be able to miss it. Again, I'm on a wireless headset, so I mean, if I wander away from my computer for whatever reason, but I hear that sound that I know is associated with this window, I can come roaring back to find out, oh, okay, which price alert was it? And of course, with alert windows, though, you don't have to. I mean, it'll always be the last one at the top. Anyway, you don't never have to worry about that. The female voice is just the text to speech. Okay, it's not in a folder. Well, it's here. So right click, properties, actions. Get to that actions. Okay, this is your setup, and then when you click setup sound, that's text to speech, and it's a female voice. So I mean, you can call this is not really a folder, it's just one of these options called text to speech. Hey, no problem. All right, is anything new showing up here? I got a right out of left field. And the other thing, just a word about what you're seeing here, and you're seeing how it's a smooth transition when a stock is moving up and down. It's a smoother looking transition, and that hopefully is going to be released in the next release. Okay, right now you guys will see something that's kind of a little herky-jerky. This is a lot more smooth. And the reason being is that you don't have this option yet. Right click, use browser interface. You don't have that option yet. The other thing I like to do, if you're seeing it, I don't think that'll matter. Yeah, so if yours looks like this, instead of a nice top list, a watch list, top 10 top list, then I would right click on your window and then show top 10 winners. And then it'll be assigned like that. And now that we do show the last winner, I think it makes way more sense to do it this way. Yeah, in fact, look at this APDN. I mean, it is starting to do it again. Tough though. I mean, it's a tough a tough trader. Looking at this, that 200-day moving average, that seemed to stall it, that area. Oh man, this proverb still, or well, not proverb. I know it's not proverb, but PRVB, little pullback. What did I say was the next high looking left for this one? Yeah, so 8 looks like a real tough one to get through right now for this PRVB. I mean, it's been on a great run. I don't know what happened. Something obviously happened to this one on Thursday. Powered right through the 200-day moving average. Friday, a great continuation day, and today, another great continuation day. There must have been some news up on a deal with Santa Fe, so it's a diabetes. This I know was on the 7th, so this was the news on the 7th. And so this is a great example of, a continuation story, continuation on news. You hear me say, you usually hear me use that phrase on earnings. You get some stocks that have earnings, have a great day in earnings, and the next few days could be continuation. And speaking of earnings, so this is the week, guys, where where the big guys, the big banks, start to release. No, I guess Goldman doesn't. I guess Goldman's next week. I think JP Morgan. Yeah, so they're the 14th. When's Morgan Stanley? The 14th also? Yeah, so Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, maybe Citi. I'm not going to go through them all, but so some of the big guys, big banks release this week. Goldman is next week. And then, of course, we'll have Alcoa and all the other lots of companies releasing. And then, let's see, next week is the test drive. Well, the weeks I really like are when what I call the second and third tier companies start releasing earnings, because those are the ones that can really give us the biggest gains, either on the upside or the downside, because they're usually not traded that much. All of a sudden for 3 months they lie dormant, and then they have earnings. And for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days, all sorts of excitement, either positive or negative, and you can get some really big moves. So, I mean, I don't care about the Amazons and the Apples and all the big guys. I'm not saying, people shouldn't, but I'm more interested in those companies that really aren't followed very much, but all of a sudden they have earnings and they trade millions that day. So that's usually around the third week of earnings where we start to see companies like that. And that'll last for, it could be 3 weeks. Well, I don't use it, but if you look at the SPY, type in divergence. I don't know if it's actually SPY divergence but so here we've got, I've never used these, okay? I don't know, I never get a comment about this, but positive market divergence, negative market divergence, okay? You can try these. These are actually alerts, and you can take a look at this and click on help, and it'll tell you exactly what it's all about, okay? But the other way to maybe do it is if you click on SPY. So for instance, if you said, okay, if you use this filter, the change in 5 minutes, the SPY, and put, you're not going to get huge percentages, of course. But say you wanted something a positive, like the SPY was moving up in the last 5 minutes, and use that as a filter, and then say have a stock that made a new low in the last 5 minutes. In other words, so the SPY is moving up, but that stock is moving down. Now, I've never tried that really, but if that makes sense. So you can use other, I mean, this could be 5, 10, 15. I mean, it's up to you, but these are the time frames you've got. So if you said, okay, I want the SPY, or make it positive. The change is the SPY is moving higher, but I want to find stocks that are moving lower. Maybe, well, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for, this is the change for the day. Yeah, I mean, you could start off with that. Yeah, this would be more for intraday action, of course, but of course, this, I mean, in theory, these are telling you on a daily basis what is diverging, because these stocks, the largest gainers from the open, I don't think let me make sure of something here yeah. So for instance, these are stocks that are at least up 2% from the close. Okay, but the market, of course, is not down, is down today. Not much. That's why maybe the intraday would be better, but it's up to you. So you could say that these stocks and these stocks are sort of divergence. Yeah. So without getting too into the weeds of it, I mean, any stock that's up for the day, and you want to make it super divergent, make it a higher percentage, I suppose. In the market, but the market right now, it's a tough one right now because the SPY is basically flat. But imagine it was still doing this and moving down, and yet you saw a stock that was moving higher. Well, that's certainly a divergence. Yeah, so I'm not a big pattern reader, Patrick, but what time frame are you talking about? You're talking about a 15-minute chart on the SPY? Yeah, so I'm not a big, but maybe somebody else who's into heads and shoulders and things like that. But let's take a look at the SPY. So what's that's a head and that's a shoulder and that's another shoulder. So yeah, I'm so I just don't. It doesn't mean that a person shouldn't. Okay, but I've just really never paid any attention to stuff like that. But maybe somebody else who's into head and shoulders can comment on is that something that on the spy for the 30 minutes? Well, last time I looked at Lucy, it was really running. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing this and it kept running and running and running. Lucy. Well, here's another one. It's had a rough 3 days now. Ango, ANGO, almost at Friday's low. ANGO. The low is 1453, so it's at 1457 right now. Takes out that low, and what do we got here? No, it's not quite a lifetime low. What was that one, Zach, that you did not have shorts available and we did at IB? But you're now saying that a lot of stocks, I lag. Yeah, that is strange. I don't think that's, I can't remember the last time that ever happened. So right now you don't have iLag shorts as an example. Not that you want to short it necessarily, but because yeah, there's still 126,000 at Interactive Brokers. Something's gone wrong then today for you on well not for you specifically, but because that doesn't make any sense at all that you don't have shorts. Now Lucy is not shortable right now at Interactive Brokers, but yeah, but at Centerpoint, hard. I mean, I've never seen that happen. Ooh, Surge. Take a look left on this one. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. SURG has got some room. Yes. So the next high looking left for Surge, SURG, is 670. What's the volume? Very light volume. Okay. Now, it just made it in here. That's why I was wondering. I haven't seen this one all day, Surge. The reason being is that it's just now over the 200,000 share threshold. So, I mean, it's too bad because it's got some room, and you can see 1, 2, 3 days are on the same high. If it could take that out, maybe tomorrow, maybe later on today, I don't know, but it's got a shot to that 670 to 680 level. All right, Poe, Mr. Dip Buyer, you're looking pretty good with the eye lag. Ooh, well, had to be careful on this one. I mean, yeah, tons of money to make if you time these bouncers and toppers. And not easy, not easy for experienced traders, in my opinion. Certainly not easy for if you're brand new to trading. I mean, but yeah, you look at that, go 46.02 and it goes all the way down to 42. But to time it, and then what if you got into this and then this happened? Okay, you got to be very careful. And sometimes you say, well, okay, I would have put a stop, but sometimes with these ones, they can blow right through your stop. So depending how many shares you have, you may not be able to get out where you want to get out. So now all of a sudden depending if you're short or long, you're chasing it on the way up or chasing it on the way down to try to get out. So very, very scary, guys. Awesome when they work in your favor, but they're not easy. So I don't talk about them that much. I know William and Zach, I mean, that the scan he's got definitely gives you great ideas, but not easy if you're new to trading. All right, guys, so we're getting close to 3 o'clock. That's typically when I do put myself on mute. I'm here till 3:30, and you can ask me questions. Of course, I always hop back on the mic. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And I'll put that link in before I shut down the main room. Give me a moment. Okay, one last time, I put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage, so this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You can click right there. Do the Let's Get Started. If you take out a subscription, first thing you have to do is the Getting Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. You can sign up for the stock of the day video that I do. I do one at noon. It's free, of course. You can sign up for Steve, well, I shouldn't call it Steve's, the trade of the week. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. That is free. Let's see how it's doing. So it did not trigger, close, but did not trigger. The trigger for the trade of the week is 7:55. Okay. So if you sign up for the trade of the week, it'll be sent to you before the market opens about an hour, Monday morning. And then you get an email and it'll outline sort of the idea behind it, when it is considered live, like what you do with it is up to you, of course, and then where the stop is. And then again, how you trade it will be up to you if you trade it at all. Now, if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotionals folder. Sometimes they go in there. And again, in the education section, click here. And the guide is here, the user guide, great user guide. So if you're going to take this test drive, there's that getting started. But you should know what an alert window is, the A window. You should know what a top list window is, the T window. And you should know about stock racing at the very, very least to get set for the test drive. Or if you're just starting out with trade ideas. Afterwards, you can look at price alerts. I talked about them and the sound alerts, etc. Okay. And the daily support. So Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30 when I shut down the main room. He's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. And the daily webinars, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if we're on a Tuesday, Thursday, excuse me, Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday rotation this week, but you can sign up for them. Next week and for the next 2 weeks, there'll be no webinars, but just sign up for them all, okay? And then you'll be notified when they start and how to get into them. Then the back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. A great series, okay? I mean, if you're new to trading, it's all free. It's a great free resource. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance. And last, my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. So here are the 2 races that I follow all day long. I showed you my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. I don't get very many alerts. Look how many alerts I got. 3 on the upside, 3 on the downside. That's it. So that's why it doesn't, I'm not, that's why my focus can be completely on this. And I get the odd alert on some of these other ones. That's the way I want it. Okay. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So again, save my link, helps the room. You take out a subscription and use my link, helps the room, keeps the room free, and it pays a couple of my bills. Okay. Is it Dava or Sava? Oh, it is Dava. Yeah, no kidding. Where are they out of? This is the UK. Well, guys, look out. Finger could do its thing again. I'm looking at the volume. I don't see a big increase in volume. The only thing you can say is that, that it's making higher lows. So it is sort of on the upswing, but best you can look at is, well, that's a long way. 933, 936 or so, the next high looking left from last week. Now, I am looking at the AI. AI looks, in theory, had a pretty good day. The only problem is that I don't know how many people had tops to short. Okay, I don't know how many people had that because that looks awesome. Of course, 825 down to 634. I know Interactive Brokers has no shorts available for tops, as an example. This one, though, I kind of lost sight of it. Neuro definitely were shorts available there. 329 to 284. Well, you know what's having a rug pull is Beat. Beat's having a bit of a rug pull today. No shorts available for me of that one, Interactive Brokers. I was watching this one, and this finally looks like it's. I mean, it had a lot of news and enthusiasm for the last few weeks, really, but it looks like this is becoming a giant red candle. I'm not sure it's available in Canada for Circle. Number one. Somebody asked me why I don't use Centerpoint. All right, guys. I know I mentioned this one a little earlier. The VCSA. It's had a 10-cent move. Nothing fabulous. All right, guys. It's 2:51. So again, in about 5 minutes or so, I'm putting myself on mute. I'm always here. You can ask me questions. I'll hop right back on the mic if you have any questions. All right, just checking some of these ones in the large cappers. How is that OFC doing? Is it still? Hmm. Yeah, these are stocks, and you gotta trade them. You've got to manage the trades, I should say. I don't mean you've got to trade them. I mean you're in it. You've got to manage the trades. You just can't let things like that happen. Being up 162 and then down 159. I Again, this is in the simulator. No, this is always in the simulator. All right, guys. Yeah, here's that. Yeah, again, toast. I mean, yeah, it was unbelievable at the beginning. Had a big upgrade, I think. Well, not a big upgrade, but an upgrade. And then market opens, collapse, pause. Don't give up on the ILAG. I mean, the reason is that if it can get some volume and pop through that 450 mark on some volume, I mean, this has, this could run again. It's made the higher lows. Look at the 15-minute chart. You can see how it's been making higher lows. Just look at the chart. What it needs is some volume to come back in, like a lot of volume. Doesn't have to be the biggest volume bar of the day, but something that stands out, over the last hour or so. And that's what happens with some of these smaller float ones. They just sort of wither away for a while, and then all of a sudden, volume comes in and the enthusiasm comes back in. So Gree. Yeah, I remember Gree. Oh, yeah, I remember Gree. Green, yeah, Greenage Generation Holdings. Well, but the best thing you can say about IMOX is that it's been kind of shopping around between 570 and 590 for quite a while. If it ever broke out, what's the 200-day is 734. So I mean, this got a chance maybe for the next high is 628. I mean, I guess that anything's possible if the enthusiasm comes back and gets some volume. They had some news today. Yeah, oversubscribed. They raised some money and it was sort of an oversubscription, I guess. But it's not easy to. Yeah, you're right. Perfect. I mean, it's not easy to look at. All right, guys. So I'm going to put my announcement in. Okay. So again, I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question. Okay. All right, guys, there goes the eye lag. I wouldn't say that it's going on huge volume, but there's no question the eye lag is starting to move. Okay, so a question from our YouTube room. Is there a way I can build a scan that does 8 and 20 crosses with volume? What time frame? Oh, 15. Okay. Well, let's first of all, best thing to do, if you have a question or you're wondering if we can do something, best thing to do, number one, is to go to an alert window, okay, and then right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then click on search. Okay, that's going to tell you if we have something available. So if you're looking for stochastics, RSI, MACD, etc., you would just start typing that in. But in this particular case, let's just type in SMA. Okay, and you're going to see, whoops, I'm going to type in SMA. Okay, so here is what we do have. So you're asking on a 5 and 15, 8, 20. If we don't have it here, then you can't make it up. In other words, you can't manufacture it. But 8 and 20 crosses. So I'm just looking at 8, 8, 8. So here's an 8, 20 cross on the 2-minute chart, on a 5-minute chart, and on a 15-minute chart. Okay. So we do have it. However, it does. Wow, look at eye lag now, guys. We do have it. However, there is a volume confirmation that is required. Okay. And a lot of people don't like that. I'll just flat out tell you. Okay. So typically the candle is going to have to close. So for instance, if you were wanting on a 5-minute, I would probably then use the 2-minute. Okay. Because that might give you sort of a precursor of what might happen on the 5. You can try it on the 5 and the 15 as it is and see what sort of results you get. Okay. But there is usually there is a volume component, and it's not the volume component that you're talking about, like on volume. Because now that you have the alert, the actual alert, then you can start adding in your volume. Okay. So if you want to have like a big 1-minute volume push, then you could use, this sort of a filter. Put the volume in 1 minute, add the filter, and put some, number in like 500%, 1,000%. So it'll be a little bit of experimentation for you. Okay. So the answer is yes, you can build a scan that's going to show the cross with some volume. And then, you can do some experimentation on what that volume pop should be. But there's the volume 1 minute. Start off with say 500. What that means is 500% of normal compared to the I think I can't tell you exactly how many previous 5 minute or 1 minute, but you'll see more than likely if you put 500 or 1,000%, you're going to see a volume burst on your chart. Okay. So the quick answer to your question is that we definitely have those crosses. And all I can say is experiment. When you get the alert, see if it makes sense to you. Is it too far away? I mean, sometimes, it's really going to depend on probably the price of the security, how much overall volume there is. Okay. Does that all make sense? And of course, you can add other things to your scan. Of course, a price range that you like, a minimum volume that you like. You might even want to add a relative volume. You know, it's up to you to figure it all out. Well, if the scan, if the alert showed you exactly on the cross, that would be exactly what you're looking for, I think. But yeah, if it's close enough, good, because otherwise we don't have anything else that's going to be, there's nothing else that I can show you. Okay, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. Oh, guys, maybe check out this one for tomorrow even. Look at Elan here. All-time low. ELAN. Elan, all-time low. And it's underneath 12. Well, no, for me, because I have it's a bias on something that's making an all-time low. I'm just looking at this. I'm going to watch it tomorrow for sure. The question in our YouTube room is it for a bounce or for a short? For me, there's nothing unless it has some really positive news coming. When is earnings? November the 3rd. I mean, this is an all-time low. It's underneath 12. I'm just saying I'm going to be watching this one for tomorrow. Okay. It's not like this is, I don't even know if we'd call this oversold. I mean, it's been selling off. I mean, it's not like it's had three huge down days. It's just been selling off. So that's just me. I'm just gonna, put a heart on it. And so I'll know if it starts to move down tomorrow, I'll know about it. I mean, I always look at stocks that are making all-time lows. Yeah, I mean, at some point, will certain traders step in and buy it? Sure, not just it, but I mean any stock that's making an all-time low. But I mean, unless there's some news on it, I mean, who's really going to step in a big way? But that's just the way I think, anyway. Boy, that iLac looks really, really tempting again, guys. Look at this Peloton. Remember what it was doing early on? All the way at 943, comes all the way back down to 855. No kidding. What a bounce. I mean, I know you said you were in it, Shady. I'm not sure what you would have done here when it got back down to 4, but wow. Yeah, no kidding. Look at this volume that came in also. That's the PEGY, and the next high looking left is 491. So gets through that. Still got some be interesting one to follow tomorrow. I mean, it's been it's not a great looking daily chart. I mean, it's interesting in that every candle is green, but maybe tomorrow, if it can take out 5, I mean, it's got some good room. And that's the PEGY. There you are, Mr. Barley.
How are you holding up after such long travels?
Actually, no. Well, I was 24 hours, about 25 hours in either on a plane or in terminals yesterday, so that wasn't fun. But hey, do it.
I can only imagine. Well, let me swap the screens and you'll be on your way.
Okay, thank you. Talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. I am back. Whoops, looks like my mic muted. I don't know what point that did that. I was just making mention here. So Lester earlier on the noon session was asking about APDN and asking what I felt like kind of made it look weak. And it talked about these topping and bottoming shadows and the declining volume. And the next thing we know, I was saying, we could always set price alerts and be prepared for a move up and how we would share size and where we might want to put a stop and things like that. And I talked about, if you wanted to, let's say, for example, $2 stop, that's where I kind of would have been looking. And had I, decided to take it at any point, in this here, I'd have gotten stopped out only to watch it reverse the high of the day and not enough range on here to really make up what I might have lost on that. So that's why I like to be patient. That's why I like to be cautious when things are consolidating sideways. Which way is it going to break out of it? We're in a bear market, and we're on a $2 stock. So breaking debt to the downside is more likely, and all those kinds of things like that. Now, and we can see here, look at just how volatile it still is for a $2 stock. Good volume, and it's I'm sure a great day trading vehicle for many, but I like things to be a quote unquote cleaner setup if I can have it. So, anyways, when that broke down like that, I just thought of you right away. And thought we'd, touch back on that again. Other than that, I don't think much has changed. PEGY, same kind of thing, trying to grind higher and, gets this pop and then it's sideways and then it gives it up. And then it gets another pop like that again. So, these very unclean trades on the day here today. ALLK winning a race right now. Just curious about that because I knew it has a big gap. Yeah, no, nothing. CPRX is a cardiology stock, I believe. Right? Could have sworn they had something to do with cardiology. Guess I'm wrong. I'm fairly certain it is something with cardiology besides what they're talking about here. Anyways, I knew that I had been making all-time highs back here. Not currently. Let's bring up my price alerts window real quick. So again, another one here. Makes a move up, falls. Makes a move up, selling off again. FNGR. Grinding higher, grinding lower, grinding sideways. This might be the cleanest of the bunch after selling off a recovery. Nice little move up, rejected, move down. IMUX. Same thing, these topping and bottoming shadows, just an ugly day here. And unfortunately, this is 2 weeks in a row where I'm seeing ugly days on the scanner. And I haven't really seen that before, going all the way back to March. But it has been, it's been an ugly couple of weeks now for the market overall. So, well, we'll hope that's the, not the trend of this, that we head that way. ILAG was a high flyer, had, good couple of opening hours here, and then just collapsed. Recovered, but didn't quite recover, what it had been up, obviously. And that's, the big stuff to comment on. Everything else was, an early active and just never got out of the mud afterwards, Neuro looks like Holly shorted that, actually. Yep. So I was just talking IMUX. We just talked about IMUX. Really, tough trader. LLAP. What did that do today? Oh, I think I've got a. Can I have a price alert for that? LLAP. No, but here it is. It was on the top 10 winners. That's where I was seeing it. Yeah, I mean, okay, off that $2 break, and if you had got it somewhere in here, you're sitting kind of good on the day. I don't anticipate this is going a whole lot further at this point, but you never know. URGN. Not much volume in that. I mean, only 175,000 shares traded, and it's doing 3 times what it's normally doing. So this thing trades, almost about 60,000 shares a day, essentially. At the rate that it's going right now, it's about what it probably trades, about 60,000 shares per day, 62,000 shares or something like that. So pretty liquid stock. A little bit of a trend there. And starting to run away out of that trend. Oops, that was a terrible one. $10 is a big level for it. So if it gets and holds 10, perhaps some interest comes into it, right? This could be the start of something big, or it could be the end of a decent move that it's already made. Only time will tell. But if it, could start to get a little more momentum, that's not an unreasonable mountain to climb for it right there, or hill to climb. Scoot through the rest of this here. APDN. Nice move overall on the day, but a bulk of that move was in the first 45 minutes. Talked about IMUX, PR, BB. We talked about this earlier, and it's just been a steady grinder all day, right up until, of course, now we see that happen right there, just as I start to talk about it. But that's probably no happy accident right here. Looming just under $8. So BR was just gave it up for the day. I mean, it's odd because obviously it's up from the previous day's close, but down from the open. So, but we'll keep an eye on it for tomorrow. A lot of volume, a lot of liquidity. Perhaps that can mean something for tomorrow. And look, there's day traders out there. There's millions and millions and millions of them. They're all trying to find that stock. So, when everybody starts to have to crowd in the same thing on a day trade, that's something that's been strong and active, that's when something could set up real nice. Am I saying SOBR will be that tomorrow? No, but, there is still a lot of activity in it. So it's worth tracking, I would say. EBEO. Really not much to say there. I mean, tough because this thing's just running sideways for half a year now, basically, right? Just shy of half a year. And before that, it ran sideways for almost half a year with a slight downtick here. So you've got, in just about a year, the stock has gone just slightly down. 4 million in the float. And so, I mean, obviously, if something ever did get a hold of it, it could go, I guess. And, okay, liquidity, pretty good volume going on, but just, very uninteresting. GGE, is this China, right? Yeah, it's a Chinese stock. Makes it tough for me. Big move on Friday. I remember that now. And then collapsed. But still, 40 times what it's normally doing. Going to finish out with probably 12 million shares traded on the day. So be keeping an eye for tomorrow. Obviously, it looks like it struggled with this level here today. But if it were to get over that, maybe try to take another shot at 3. But again, what I do is I'll delete all these price alerts tomorrow. Top 10 will be gone tomorrow, and it'll be a new top 10 and a new set of items for me to take a look at. I still think a lot of the market woes today is the bond market's closed and doesn't have as much direction. RADA, yeah. Actually, RADA is one of the few Israeli stocks that I've done okay with when I've traded it in the past. Now, truth be told, that if, like, let's say I was interested in day trading the stock like 12 times over the last 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, I probably only traded it 5 times and like 3 winners, 2 losers on it, something like that, versus my average Israeli stock losses. Usually it's for every winner, it's 3 or 4 losers. But well, that's weird. I didn't just noticing that now. That's a crazy spike right there. Huh. Maybe some kind of news or something. It looks like it did almost all of its volume. It did half of its volume, more than half of its volume in this volume bar right here for the day. Interesting. No, actually, RAD is one of the ones that I've not been beaten up on in that group of stocks. But I have no interest in that stock, at least right now. I mean, you got tons of overhead resistance right here and here. This oddball spike. I don't know. Maybe it's a start of something. Yeah, it could, could show up on scans tomorrow and perhaps get me interested. I kind of doubt it, though. RVPH, that was the last of the top 10 to round out. So, I want to be able to say something positive about the scan today. Really not much positive for me to say. I mean, PEGY kind of, right? And PRVB was okay. This was kind of sort of maybe a tiny bit okay. This was pretty great for most of the day, not for most of the day, but for the whole morning. And then it fell apart. So, I mean, there was some stuff there, just not what I'm used to seeing. That's all. But this is tough because, yeah, sure, it's got this great move right here. But again, behind light liquidity and anemic volume. So just hard to be excited about something like that. But there is no perfect in this world. So that's that. Again, if people have questions, fire those away from me. Just give me 1 second. I need a glass of water. I have a dry throat that's really killing me right now. Okay, that's better. Now, the market itself came down, and did it make new 52-week lows? Just shy of new 52-week lows. Kick, save, and a beauty. So, or the SPY anyways. I shouldn't say the market because other parts of the market did make new 52-week lows today. I don't know, maybe in 3 months we can look back and say that was a double bottom. That'd be cool. Unlikely, but you never know. With the Qs, what they finished up, what they're finishing out doing here. So Qs did make new 52-week lows, but same reversal pattern here, IWM. And same kind of idea here. And again, this line really significant. Really, really significant. What do we got? A JXJT. Like a halt on a 500,000 shares. Oh, it's a new issue. No, it's not halted. Is it halted? No, it's not halted. Unless it just opened. I have no data on this at all. Send to web. No idea. I'm guessing it's a Chinese company, though. Okay, just open. That's what I kind of figured. And I said it was going to be a halt on like a few 100,000 shares, which exactly what it is. AMPX. No, this is not what I thought it was. So, no, not much there. All right, very lackluster. Very lackluster, everything right now. If anybody has any questions, please, by all means. So look at this relative strength from the open flipped. This has been a pretty good move all day to the downside. I think the market having a little bounce in it has helped that. HYLN, same AMRS. Pretty clear. Most of these charts are all mimicking the SPY and or the Qs, depending if they're traded in the NASDAQ or not. So, there's really very little alpha anywhere right now. Let's open up a top list. That's not what I wanted. Let's get a top list. Mess around. Let's sort it on change from close. And let's get rid of that stuff. And let's just look at stocks that are $4 or higher and traded at least, let's say, 750,000 shares on the day. Let's just see what's up. Also, let's get rid of ETFs. Just see if there's anything what looks strong actually today. Okay, so this tells us everything we need to know. The fact that the top 3 stocks here, up most from the open, are also among the top stocks here. And none of them are really done anything exceptional today. And yes, look, this is up 50% today, right? But how much of that 50% move was in the gap, right? In that gap up. So that just tells you the market is beyond down at the moment. Down bad, as they say. I mean, every one of these stocks is in the scanner today. And that's the stuff that's up the most on the entire day. VRE was even, was in the scan earlier. Just hasn't won enough races. IMTX was here at some point. NVAX. Bit of a bounce for it after it sold off here. But again, ugly charts, ugly charts. Good day to be sitting on your hands. Now, let's check out what are all the weed stocks doing today. Guess they're going right back to where they belong. Oh my goodness, look at that. Almost right back to where that shenanigans started. Not even almost right back. It's right back to where those shenanigans started the other day. Right? Did IMUX actually explode? So use boom. I mean, making new highs made new highs on the day. It's about as close to a boom as we're going to get today, I suppose, right? MSOS. These are, the more weed stocks or weed related. So this isn't quite back to where it was, but it's working on it, obviously. Tilray. Just think, this stock traded over $300 one day. Just crazy. Cron. So almost all these stocks are right back to where they started, or even lower in Cron's case, right? MAPS was another high flyer from the other day, right? Amazing. Pretty sure this was a weed stock, right? Yeah. Exactly. Take whatever booms we can get. That's right. I know that's right. Tough. But again, this is where we try to start to set up and find things with some strength that didn't quite sell off as the rest. Right? An expensive stock. Defense stock also. This is a buyout. Yeah. No. All right. Well, this is interesting here. As the markets continue to make new lows, this is continuing to make new highs. So just sitting off lifetime highs again today. Made lifetime highs on Friday or Thursday. Sorry, on Thursday. Oh, sorry, just a message came in from me. CNTY. But here's the thing, right? As we continue to plow our way deeper into a recession right now, who's got money to go gambling, right? Who's got money to travel, all those things like that. So what's their current debt, current cash, revenue? So no, it's not bad looking. I mean, they could wipe out that debt, fairly quickly if they had to. But who's going to casinos? It's just that simple. Horse racing. So yeah, tough scene, tough scene for that. Also a very thinly traded stock. This thing has been going down for a long time. So look, this thing was another victim of free money from the Fed. I'm getting a little nervous about this whole thing, and now we're screwed. So just like almost every other stock that was really propped up by the Federal Reserve, you have CNTY as another exhibit. So certainly while there's no reason for it to necessarily go down, there was never a reason for it to go back up here either, other than the fact that it was being artificially propped up like the market was. That's Sling TV? No, it can't be. That can't be a publicly traded company. Oil and gas extraction. This is interesting. So this monster move here now continues to move higher. And for you fundamental fans, there's your debt. There's your cash. There's your revenue. That doesn't look terrible, right? Lifetime high up here happened on this day. Actually, a fairly interesting look. $10 looms big as always. And so this thing IPO'd or something back in August of 2019. It's been around a couple years, or been around a few years, I should say. That's interesting. It's an interesting look there. Right? Nice break out of that base. Wouldn't be so bad if it came back to a throwback and tested that before making a new high. Now, what did energy do today? XOP. So XOP don't look so great. Looms very big, that level. So does this gap right here, and then that gap, right? Technically, this gap back here was never filled and jumped it. However, one thing I can say for this, at least, we look at that compared to a 15-minute SPY chart, right? That is not the SPY. That's the SPY. The SPY was grinding for the whole day, essentially, down before a move up. This kind of fell off. Not even a grind. A pretty sizable reversal before a sell-off. So they didn't trade really in lockstep. And although both obviously weak, different weak looks. Oh, it'd be the race up here. This would be it. Or, well, this version of this one. I have this before, to have a higher price point too. But that's it. For now, anyways, when this bear market ends, I suspect I'll like something different. But for now, no. Although, I've considered. Barry did a large cap race for change from open. I'm considering something similar to that and see if I can't find some things that are, winning some races. And while they're not having huge percent moves, they're maybe a little quote unquote safer. Might play around with that this week. Yeah, of course. Sorry, just getting the link to share that. There you go. So Peter, only sector green this morning was the utilities. You are welcome. Well, the steel sector is so thinly traded, it's kind of ridiculous. Metals and mining is probably better. Metals and mining was green. It was green from the open, green from the close still. Here's your Utes. Utes have gone negative from the open now. And just barely up from the close. A little bit shocked about the utilities, to be honest. They really came undone. Like, that's unbelievable. I mean, look at this trend, right? Beautiful trend. And just broke that trend terribly. I mean, that's not even like a question if that broke. I mean, you're looking at $60 pretty soon right here. That's just, usually utilities are a flight to safety because a lot of them are dividend stocks. And so a lot of funds have to start to plow into those for some kind of returns. So that, what does that mean? If the utilities are suffering, that's usually the one sector that you'll find, this is the stuff that looms very ominous. Curious, I haven't looked at a lot of big cap stocks recently. Let's see if we can't find some of these really big cap players for a second. Market cap. Let's run through some of these big market cap stocks. Which list are you looking for, Peter? Are you looking for the sector analysis one? If you're looking for sector analysis, here you go. Come on, mouse, stop messing with me. There you go. That's the sector analysis one. If that's what you were looking for there, Peter. INTC. Isn't that like making multi-year lows, like almost decade lows, right? Yeah, no, INTC looks like it's on a death spiral. The stock looks like it's ripe for $0 right now. Yeah, look, come on. I got to swap to a monthly chart just to find some support right now. We're back at 2015 levels on this thing. There's no reason this can't go to 20 at this point. Will it? I have no idea, but there's no reason it can't. I'll tell you that right now. So, you want to buy based on a $25 stop? By all means, but there's nothing to stop it from falling right now. There's nothing. You've got this wick back here from 2015, literally. That's your last defense. Is that what you want to use as your stop for last defense? Not me. All set there. No, technically metals and mining is up. Steel is up. Agriculture's up. Consumer staples are up. These are all technically up. Industrials are up from the close. So, all right, let's run down a few of these big caps here. And let's look at them on weekly charts. Now, this is interesting. The NASDAQ just made new 52-week lows. Apple did not make new 52-week lows, right? Look at that. So look at that. Now let's look at that. That is interesting, right? You got some divergence between Apple and the NASDAQ. That is very worth noting. For what reason is it worth noting? I don't know. But to me, that's a big deal. Microsoft now. Microsoft, that's ugly looking. Google is ugly looking. Amazon is a little healthier looking, like Apple is, right? Now, I'm not saying any of these are a buy by any stretch of any imagination, just pointing out strength versus weakness overall. That doesn't mean that the strength is strong. It just means it's less weak. Tesla. Testing down on this level here. Berkshire A and B. So look at Berkshire B, right? Compared to the market. United Health Group, look at this compared to the market. There's Johnson & Johnson. They look ripe to come back down, test this 155 level right now. Mobil, Exxon. Looks very strong compared to the market right now. Verizon. Looks really weak right here. Everybody's favorite stock, Meta. It's already breaking down that level. So this looks next tier for it. So down around 125 or so, 123. Walmart. So here's an epic collapse in Walmart. And that looks to have been a bear flag right there. That's breaking down now. So if we're a believer in targets, there to there, about there to there, give or take, is where a target for Walmart would be based on measuring flagpole. Some very unhealthy large cap stocks right now. Wow, Taiwan Semiconductor. This thing's just completely coming undone at this point. Look at this. I mean, what do you even say here? And this is obvious. This is headed back down to about 60 bucks right here. JP Morgan. Again, look at these stocks. I have this just real weakness here. Real big bias to the downside, everything. Chevron. So two of our best looking charts, energy stocks right now. And they don't look great. It's Eli Lilly, right? This doesn't look as terrible as everything else does. Here, this will be a fun exercise for us. Get this compare chart up. Where's my compare chart? I close my compare chart. Apparently, I must have closed my compare chart and not realized it. All right. Let's clean this chart up. Let's do some comparisons. And let's start comparing. Let's get the SPY here, and let's start comparing it with a few things here. PG Procter and Gamble, right? Yeah, there we go. So SPY continues to outperform Procter and Gamble. NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is still up over the SPY, but collapsing hard. The Home Depot outperforms the SPY at this point still. MasterCard. Bank of America. Interesting. So we see some of these that the SPY is still well outperforming, and then some of them still outperforming the SPY over this time period here. How long Merck has just been flat for in the top chart here. PepsiCo. Alibaba. Oof. So look how well it was, and then just what a fall. We'll spy a much more smoother trajectory both ways. And if nothing else, what I'm getting from a lot of this right now is don't force anything. I know the last couple of weeks I keep talking about wanting to take some shots on some swing trades, but I think I stay true to what I've been doing for now, because just looking at there's a lot of weakness out there, and there'll be time to get back in. I have to notice this ILAG. Now, is that just a print that went up there, or is it actually moving in the post market? Well, it's actually moving in the post market. Yeah, looking at a 3-minute chart, that's not just a couple of prints. Some volume involved in that again. I took out the high of the day. Ain't that something? Huh. What do you know? IMUX, you're saying, huh? Some volume in there too. So tagged all the way back down to 6, bounced back up to 630. All right, well, nothing else. Very interesting. Costco. So Costco has some strength relative to the market. Curious what happens if I change this chart style. Much closer percentage-wise. Let's zoom through a few more of these here while we've got nothing else going on. McDonald's and the SPY are neck and neck. That's Cisco, right? Cisco Systems. Yeah. Interesting. Who am I missing? Who's a big large cap that we haven't come across yet? Disney, right? Are they even going to be on this list? There's Netflix. Netflix has had a big bounce recently, hasn't it? No. I mean, had a bounce off of this here. That was it, though. PayPal. crashing right through. Starbucks. Caterpillar. There's Disney. Wow, some of these just really underperforming the market. I mean, what a collapse on Disney. Holy cow. Is it still moving here? Hanging right there. ILAG. That's still on the move. So I know there's a lot of talk with Nike last week when I took over the room for Barry for a couple days there while he's on vacation. But you had this week here a shooting star candle. That's I'm not starting off this week too hot. Charles Schwab. I just want to look at the SPY on the candlestick chart just to compare it here. Good Lord, AMD looks almost as bad as Intel. Almost. I don't have any other specifics to share. I don't interact. The only users I interact with are you folks, essentially. I think most people are trying to look for the same thing because that's all you can really find in the market right now with that. I think when it comes to anything longer term, topless or suffice for the moment anyways. It'll be hard. It's hard to know until we get a new market environment. But really, since any of us started using the race cars, it's been a bear market. I still maintain that when we move into the next bull market, this top 10 list will be a lot more handy for movers going into the next day to keep an eye on. But right now, it's just not the way it is because everything is just, whatever's the flash day trade of the moment right now. And again, what I would suggest is play around with them. You know, if you have ideas for swing ideas or for swing scan, build it into a top list, turn it into a race, run it for the day, and then, you know, maybe put those stocks on a symbols list and track them, and every couple of days rotate them in and out, winners and losers of that symbols list. So, you know, you take the top 10 from today based on a scan that you might have set up for swing trading, and then put that in a symbols list. Look at how those perform the next couple of days, and each day add a new set in and get rid of, you know, prior day or prior 2 days or prior 3 days, like that. Those are thoughts that I have that I will do eventually, but I'm not swing trading right now. And just anything that I look at for swing trading, as soon as I start to get interested in it, it collapses almost immediately. So I don't want to waste the energies on it right now until we have a better environment for swing trading. But that would be my suggestion to Lester, is think about other things you want to do with a top list or a race. Build that out, and then watch results, and maybe keep some of those top 10s on a symbol list for a little bit, and track their results like that. Just to give you a different way of using the data from the races. Keep wanting to say top list, sorry. Amazing how fast these things change depending on where you're looking at it based on from. Well, I would say this, Lester. I mean, I'm assuming you were here last week, how you saw what I was doing. Let me start to clean some of this stuff out of here so I can illustrate a little better what I want to right now. I would say to you, try this. As you're going through each day, when the races are going off, start setting price alerts near the high of the day on anything that's coming through and winning races. But have a clean price alerts, all right? Then after 10 minutes or so go by after the open, then start to look at those, go through each price alert and decide, do I want to bump it up? Do I want to bump it down? Do I want to leave it where it is? And watch the price and the patterns form, if there's even going to be a pattern. Today, there wasn't really much patterns on anything that came through. I mean, the closest thing you'd have had here is this, I won't even call that a pattern. And this way, you're not jumping on things just from a race. Now you have price alerts that can trigger, and you're kind of, without watching it set up, you're watching it set up, if you know what I mean, by having these price alerts here to keep it tracked. So we know there's stocks that we were interested in, they look good. And now we can have chance, favor, prepared mind a little better. As we go forward, we can say, let's keep setting off a price alert, but it can't get through that high of the day. Or, it's set off the price alert and then it stayed up above it and it's consolidating here. So now I want to bump the price alert up again. And if it can stay up here with volume, this might be what I want to enter. It's always going to be a reaction. There's no way to anticipate. There's no anticipating in this. But the idea is to stay as current with anything of interest as much as we can, is what I would say. Oh, that's a bummer, Willow. I knew it was a 3-day weekend for everybody but us. It was very, very discouraging for me. Now with ILAG, I mean, what's going to constitute a chase for you, though? Looking at this 5-minute chart, it was on this 8 EMA all day long. So it never got extended off of this at all, and it was never really extended off an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And I would even suggest, instead of using an 8 EMA, maybe slow it down to a 10 SMA. That'll bring price in a little closer generally, because the 10 SMA reacts just a bit slower than an 8 EMA does. So that might help you in that sense too, Lester. But it's always going to be, you're always going to be reacting to it. There's no way to, in a sense, yes, are we going to anticipate things? But it's still a reaction to an if-then type of anticipation. If it breaks this, then a breakout is possible. If it breaks down or if it falters here, then the breakdown is possible. There's no way to get any real certainty. So, all right, folks, that's going to run me up against the 4:30 time and do it for me on the day here. I'd expect a lot more livelier of a day tomorrow as far as the market goes, whether it's up or down, who knows. If you're asking me, I think we get a down day again tomorrow. I hope we get an up day. It's much more fun. And when I say fun, I just mean it's more enjoyable, more engaging. Not exactly, not here for the carnival ride. But it certainly feels better when the day is green, even when we don't have any positions going into the day and we're neither green nor red. Just starting with a green day is a much more favorable way to look at the market, favorable way to start a day. So, all right, everybody. I, as always, thank you very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And just as much as you can prepare yourself, whether it's keeping watch lists, price alerts, a multitude of watch lists even, and just know, rushing into anything is going to be ill-advised 9 out of 10 times right now, more so than probably most markets any of us have ever seen. So, just keep that in mind. So, all right, everybody, I will bid you adieu until tomorrow. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. Take care.